Chapter 547. Yunjoga and Zishang followed behind it. The vines of the dead tree seemed to think that they were one of their own, and they instinctively avoided the path. They came to the center of the forest unimpeded and saw a dead tree that covered the sky. The tree trunk was so thick that it would take at least a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Xiao Tao and Xiao Ying are inside this tree, Fei Fei said affirmatively. The demonic chi pool is also below. The eyeball couldn't wait to stick itself to the dead tree and inject its demonic chi into it. The grayish-white tree bark split open, revealing a narrow gap. It was dark inside, and there was a light green staircase that extended downwards without an end in sight. Just as the eyeball was about to fly in, Yunjoga pulled it back. Aren't you afraid that there are traps inside? Even if there's a trap, it won't be for me. Why don't you let me go in and help you scout the situation? The eyeball blinked its grayish-white eyelids, revealing a complicated look of struggle and frustration. Yunjoga narrowed his eyes. This fellow was a little strange. He probably wouldn't come out after entering. Unfortunately, this spirit-forbidding land did not allow the use of spiritual power, so she could not sign a contract with the eyeball even if she wanted to. Xiao Chao was still a child, so it was easy to fall into a trap by using demonic energy to establish a contract with the eyeball. Because she couldn't enter Xiao Cao's divine sense to control it, even if it was tricked, it wouldn't be aware. Then what do you want to do? The aura of these monsters will lose its effect if it sleeps for too long, the eyeball said helplessly. Yunjoga really couldn't think of any good ideas, so he could only look at Zishang. Let's go in together and finish this quickly. When Zishang thought about how Yunjoga's godhead was trapped under this tree, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest. If something were to happen to the godhead, Yunjoga would never be able to regain her status as a goddess, and he wouldn't be able to protect her forever. All right. Although Yunjoga felt that this was too rash, he couldn't think of a better way. It was too late to summon the Golden Light Beastmen to attack now. Nangongyu might take advantage of this time to escape. She might as well barge in and take a look at the situation. Now that her divine power had almost recovered, she was still confident in escaping. That's right. The eyeball floated forward impatiently. Yunjoga and Zishang followed it into the dark interior of the tree and walked down the green spiral staircase. The grayish-white bark closed up silently. The boundless dead forest shrunk inward like a receding tide. All the dead trees gathered on the giant tree and then disappeared. The dark brown land was empty, as if there had never been such a large forest of dead trees. Although Yunjoga and Zishang did not notice this anomaly, after entering the dead tree space, they still lit up a large fireball and looked down vigilantly. He saw that the forbidden area of the spiral staircase was a piece of flat ground, and he could faintly see the golden light flashing. It's that golden tree. I can smell the scent of godhood. Yunjoga said excitedly. Xiao Tao and Xiao Ying are beside the golden tree. I see them. Fei Fei flapped its wings and flew forward, but it was caught by Yunjoga. Don't act rashly. This is the enemy's lair. Can I jump down from here? Zishang looked at the distance between the spiral staircase and the ground, seriously considering the possibility. No, if you jump down, I'm afraid you'll alert Nangongyu. The eyeball quickly stopped him. We've been here for so long. Why hasn't Nangongyu noticed us? Did she just let the golden tree seed stay down there without sending anyone to guard it? Zishang pinched the eyeball and raised it in front of him. Maybe she's busy with other things, like dealing with those golden core cultivators. That's why she's not here, the eyeball said. Seems like you know Nangongyu very well. The corner of Zishang's mouth curled up, but his eyes did not smile at all. This is just my guess. If you think it's wrong, then forget it. The eyeball could not help but become bloodshot again. It was obvious that it was very nervous. Stop acting. You've completed your mission by luring us here. Why don't you call Nangongyu out to receive her reward? Zishang increased the strength of his fingers. His expression was very cold. It looked like he was going to crush the eyeball on the spot. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to hurt you. The eyeball screamed. If you didn't mean to, then you did. Yunjoga sighed and said, You really disappoint me. I used to like you. This little demon had been lying from the beginning. There was no need for it to stay. I didn't want to either. Nangongyu cast a forbidden spell on me. If I don't listen to her, I'll be killed immediately, the eyeball said pitifully. Didn't you say that you weren't controlled by Nangongyu? Yunjoga did not believe its nonsense. She really couldn't control me before. I was only controlled after she dug out those two people from under Grey Castle. The eyeball's eyes were filled with despair. It said, when you were talking to Bailey Moyun, Nangongli secretly cast a seal on me. I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. Only after we entered this place did the seal loosen. What did you say? There's something wrong with Nangongli. Yunjoga's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected this to be the reason. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nangongyu. She's down here. As soon as the eyeball finished speaking, countless bright balls of light began to light up from the bottom of the pitch-black space, dispelling the darkness and revealing the true appearance of the space. Nangongyu stood at the bottom of the spiral staircase. She wore a golden dress and her hair was combed into a high bun. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. She looked more like a young married woman than a young girl. Nangongyu, is Nangongli also one of your people? Yunjoga said as he recalled Nangongli's appearance when he disguised himself as Wanli Mingxian. It was impossible for a person to disguise themselves as two completely different people, unless there were two different souls living in their bodies. Wanli Mingxian was most likely the mysterious demon soul. That's right. Nangongyu smiled and said, Originally, I wanted to keep him by your side as a secret pawn. I didn't expect you to be so easily fooled. It saved me a lot of effort. Master Nangong, I've already brought them here according to your instructions. Please remove the seal on me. The eyeball immediately begged. Since you're so loyal to me, of course I'll help you remove it. Nangongyu smiled and grabbed at the air in Zishang's direction. Yunjoga could feel a powerful force of the same origin as the eyeball. It wasn't to remove the curse on the eyeball, but to destroy it. She didn't want the eyeball to die immediately, so she threw it into the demonic cauldron. Zishang raised his hand and dispersed Nangongyu's power. TSK, I heard that the goddess is kind-hearted and respects the equality of all things. I didn't expect that she would even forgive a traitor. Nangongyu's destruction failed. A mocking smile appeared on her face. Chapter 548. Whether I'm kind or not has nothing to do with you. Where's my golden tree? Yunjoga opened his spiritual eye and saw a barrier around Nangongyu. The golden tree should be inside. It's right here. Come and get it if you can. Nangongyu waved her sleeves and the surrounding light fluctuated. A pitch-black demonic pool appeared on the empty ground. The black pool water bubbled, and the black mist that floated out formed the shapes of small demonic creatures. These small demonic creatures had strange shapes. Many of them looked like eyeballs with red pupils and gray eyelids. In the area where the monsters were gathered, there was a golden tree. The branches were bare and there were no leaves. Inside the tree was a man with an ordinary face. It was Li Wei. His hands were placed on his chest, as if he was guarding something. Yunjoga knew that it was the catastrophe seal she had given to Li Wei. She really wanted to rush down and save Li Wei, but she didn't dare to act rashly when she saw Nan Gongyu's fearless expression. There's something strange about this space. Zisheng grabbed Yunjoga's hand and scanned the surroundings. Then, he lowered his head to look at the spiral staircase. The Nether Ghost Formation. No wonder we had to take this spiral staircase. Yunjoga looked over. The golden core cultivators from the 5 evil sects and 6 righteous sects were sealed inside the black stone slabs. Their heads were full of nether forbidding spirit needles and they were sealed inside in very strange postures. If Yunjoga and Zisheng had walked down the staircase, they would have been trapped inside the Nether Ghost Formation. I thought I would have to spend a lot of effort to lure you here. I didn't expect 2 little insects and a small demonic creature to lure you here. I don't know if I should call you stupid or bold. Nan Gongyu smiled proudly and patted the golden tree, revealing Xiao Tao and Xiao Ying who had been turned into specimens. The 2 little insects had pained expressions, as if they had suffered great torture when they were alive. You actually killed them. Yunjoga's anger soared. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at Nan Gongyu. The golden arrow pierced through the air, passing through layer after layer of transparent defenses, but it was unable to reach Nan Gongyu. Let my Nether Ghost Formation play with you first. Nan Gongyu clapped her hands, and the lights in the entire space gradually dimmed into darkness. Only the faint green glow of the rotating stone staircase remained. We have to break this formation first before we can find her. Zisheng stomped his foot forcefully, causing the entire stone slab to tremble. Several silhouettes appeared on the long stone staircase. They all had numb expressions on their faces. They were all golden core cultivators, and they lined up densely all the way down. Yunjoga looked carefully. The few golden core cultivators at the front looked like they were from the Danyang sect. The Core Yang sect was only good at refining elixirs. Most of them stayed in their cave abodes and traded elixirs with others. Their offensive power was not strong. Zisheng charged forward and shattered the souls of the Core Yang sect's golden core cultivators with a single punch before he charged forward like a hot knife through butter. Yunjoga followed behind him and discovered that after the cultivators' divine souls were shattered, they slowly began to reform. The souls of these cultivators were undying and indestructible, so they had to pass through the stone staircase as quickly as possible. Zisheng also discovered this problem. He no longer conserved his strength. Black scales rapidly spread across his face, his hands turned into sharp claws, and his body became a dragon tail. He smashed forward with incomparable strength. Yunjoga followed closely behind Zisheng. Soon, they had covered more than half of the distance, but they encountered a roadblock at the end. The slender cultivators of the 5 evil sects all played dirty tricks. They created countless traps on the flat stone staircase, and even raised one wall after another. Behind each wall, a sword cultivator from the Wuji Sword Pavilion would appear. Although they had been refined into puppet souls, their sword chi was still very sharp. More and more divine souls appeared behind them, and they began to approach step by step. Zisheng's handsome face was already covered with black scales, and his attacks were getting more and more ruthless. However, Yunjoga did not relax at all. It was not a good thing to waste too much energy at the beginning. He had to think of a way to break through these walls that were blocking the way. Master, why did you throw this disgusting eyeball in? The little baby's dissatisfied voice sounded in Yunjoga's divine consciousness. You're the one. Yunjoga's eyes lit up. He took out the demonic tripod and placed it on the ground. With a pinch of his fingers, he turned it into a large round bronze tripod. Master, what are you doing? The little baby was still confused. Go! Yunjoga kicked, and the demonic tripod rolled forward. rumbling sounds rang out. Countless stone walls were smashed, and the souls were also affected. Zishang killed in all directions. Yunjoga and the others were unobstructed. Finally, they broke through the spiral stone staircase. Human cultivators are so useless. They can only stop us for such a short time. Nangong Yu shook her head. Then, she opened her mouth and sucked. All the divine souls sealed in the stone staircase flew into her mouth. Her body made banging sounds, and she actually rose from the ground. She turned into a 3-meter-tall monster. On her pitch-black face was a bloody mouth filled with sharp white teeth. She had 6 long arms, 2 thick legs, and a long tail behind her. It was filled with an ominous smell. Demon from outer space. Yunjoga blurted out. What demon from outer space? Zishang asked while blocking the monster's attacks. I remember now. The revelation of the catastrophe told me that there is a group of evil and powerful demons from outer space outside Songlon continent. They plunder resources everywhere. They forcefully opened the passage to Songlon continent and threw in the monsters they raised. Not only can these demonic creatures possess human bodies at will, they can also spread demonic chi like a plague. After all the living beings on Azure Waves continent have become filthy demonic creatures, they will come and take away the origin power of the continent. Everything will be destroyed. Yunjoga wanted to smash her own head. How could she forget such an important thing? Back then, you used your physical body to mend the sky. Was it to seal that passage? Because Zishang was too shocked, he was accidentally hit by the monster. He smashed into the wall and countless pieces fell. That's right. When I used my physical body to seal the demon passage, I found the key to open the passage. I sealed it with my divine spark and gave it to Li Wei, Yunjoga said while dodging the monster's attacks. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save Li Wei and destroy the key. Zishang kicked the monster into a corner and tried to use his tail to entangle it. The monster roared madly, but it couldn't break free. Yunjoga took the opportunity to rush to the side of the golden tree. He wanted to pull it out of the pool of demonic energy, but he found that it was as if it had taken root and couldn't move at all. At this time, the monster finally broke free from Zishang's restraints and sent him flying with a punch. Chapter 549. Zishang landed next to Yunjoga's feet, then bounced up and charged at the monster. After absorbing the power of those cultivators, the monster became extremely powerful and had strange methods. Although Zishang was brave, he couldn't take it down in a short amount of time. Li Wei, can you hear me? Yunjoga hit the golden tree with all her might. Li Wei's eyes were closed and he didn't respond. Yunjoga looked at the pool of demonic chi beneath her feet and decided to release the Godhead seal to recover her god power before helping Li Wei. Yunjoga bit her index finger and used her blood to write runes on the golden tree. This set of runes was created by her and it was the only way to release the seal. The golden red god blood slowly seeped into the golden tree. Li Wei's eyelashes began to tremble and the entire golden tree shook. Then, there was a cracking sound. The broken pieces of the golden tree flew into the sky and gradually formed a heart-shaped godhead. Seeing this heart, the monster let out a crazy roar and wanted to rush over, but Zishang's tail smacked it away. Yunjoga reached out to grab the godhood, but she discovered that a figure was faster than her, grabbing the heartbeat and pulling it to the side. Li Wei, what are you doing? Yunjoga stared at her most trusted subordinate and found that on his handsome face, there was a pair of black bottomless eyes. The pool of demonic chi beneath his feet that bound the golden tree had disappeared. Dear goddess, I've served you for so long and I've never introduced my name to you. I'm Ogre. Li Wei bowed to Yunjoga with exaggerated movements. Who are you and when did you enter Li Wei's body? Yunjoga was sure that when Li Wei was serving her, it wasn't this ogre. Or perhaps you prefer to call me the key to open the demonic channel. Ogre straightened up and the corner of her mouth pulled down, revealing a strange smile. You're the devil's spirit of that key. Yunjoga's pupils shrank. Everything had a spirit. That key had actually formed a devil spirit and harmed Li Wei, who was in charge of it. That's right, your Godhead seal is indeed powerful. I used countless methods to control Li Wei to do two things, Ogre sighed and said. Ogre pretended to sigh and said, if it wasn't for that, I would have opened the passage long ago to welcome my master. You encouraged Yuling, to commit suicide. Yunjoga gritted his teeth and asked. At that time, they were still wondering who had impersonated Li Wei to instigate Yuling, They didn't expect it to be the devil spirit transformed by the key. That's right. Although I did it very cleverly, Li Wei still noticed it and decisively sealed himself in this damned place. It's just that he didn't expect that I brought a few contracted monsters with me. Those monsters helped me a lot, Ogre said with a smile. What about Li Wei? Where did you take him? Yunjoga stared into Ogre's black eyes. If you want to seal me, you have to pay the price. Og's black eyes were calm. He's dead. Yunjoga felt an indescribable pain in his heart. No, his soul is still sealed here. Why don't we make a deal? You open my body and I'll return him to you. Ogre pointed at his chest. There was a faint red humanoid glow there, emitting the aura of Li Wei's soul. He used the soul he sacrificed to add another layer of seal outside the key. Only Yunjoga could undo it. Then you have to first return the godhood to me. Only then will I have the power to undo the seal, Yunjoga said calmly. You want the godhood, sure, but you have to sign a contract with me first. Ogre played with the golden godhood in his hand and smiled. What contract do you want to sign? Yunjoga raised his eyebrows. He already knew that the conditions this devil spirit proposed were ridiculous. Master-servant contract. I'm the master and you're the servant, Ogre said shamelessly. You, a devil spirit, want to be my master. Yunjoga sneered. He slowly adjusted the god power in his hand and prepared to attack at any time. I advise you not to act rashly. This godhood isn't as strong as you think. Ogre squeezed the godhood hard and acted as if he was going to destroy it. At this moment, the monster that Zishang was entangled with was sent flying and charged straight at Ogre. Idiot! Ogre impatiently kicked the monster back to Zishang. Yunjoga took the opportunity to shoot a golden divine light at Ogre. Ogre didn't take it head-on. He moved to the right, but Zishang blocked his path. Zishang clawed at his chest. Ogre's right hand expanded into the shape of a black monster's claw and clashed with Zishang's palm. A huge shockwave came from where the two clashed. Zishang retreated to Yunjoga's side. Ogre also took 2 steps back. He looked at Zishang viciously and smiled. As expected of the strongest Fey Emperor on the continent. You're still this strong even after dispersing your cultivation. It's just that you've angered me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll fight you to the death? With that said, he wanted to take out the godhood to threaten Yunjoga. However, he found that there was nothing in his hand. Yunjoga had secretly used his moon spirit threads to stick to the godhood while Ogre was talking. You dare to dream about our things. Scram back to your world. Zishang said and whipped his tail at Ogre. Ogre's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Then, countless ogres appeared in the space. They smiled at Yunjoga and Zishang and said, so what if you've obtained the godhood? You'll still die here. With that said, the floor of the space shook and revealed a black pool of demonic energy. Countless beast and beastman corpses were soaking in the pool. The color of the pool water was very strange. It was thick and viscous. It gave off a smell even worse than the death swamp. Enjoy this black rain source. You'll definitely like it. Ogre's laughter echoed in the space. Ogre polluted the source energy of this mystic realm, which caused the black rain to descend. If I hadn't sealed the passage back then, he would have used the same method to destroy the source energy of the Azure Tide continent. Just as Yunjoga finished speaking, the monster that Nangong Yu had transformed into accidentally fell into the black water. She was immediately corroded until not even her bones were left. We have to leave this place. That pool of black water is no joke. Zishang's right hand pierced through the wall. With Yunjoga on his back, he climbed up. The ferocious black water was spreading faster than they could climb. Zishang quickly rushed to the top. However, he discovered that the exit door had already disappeared. Protect me. I'll absorb the godhood first. Yunjoga instructed anxiously. He then swallowed the godhood into his stomach. The familiar power did not appear. The godhood in Yunjoga's stomach did not react at all. You're not the only one who knows how to seal things. Ogre's voice resounded in the space. A pair of pitch-black eyes appeared in the black water. They reflected a strange light as they approached Yunjoga. Chapter 550. Zishang moved up again and stuck close to the top of the space. He vigilantly looked at Ogre, who was lurking in the black water. The entire space was filled with a disgusting smell. Black demonic chi seeped into his body through his pores, making him dizzy and powerless. This kind of terrifying demonic chi could only be dispelled by divine power. No matter how strong he was, he had no way to resist it. Ha! Tremble, people of Blue Waves continent, you all will melt in this black water and become the stepping stones of my conquest of this continent. Wait until I take down Blue Waves continent, then I will be able to open the passage to welcome my companions. Aogut issued a savage laughter, then the black water rippled and approached Zishang and Yunjoga. Zishang, I can't undo the seal. Yunjoga desperately mobilized the divine power in her body to break the seal. But the seal was too powerful. It was as powerful as the passage she had sealed with her body. Obviously, Ogre had used all his power to seal her godhead. If she could break through this layer, not only would she obtain divine power, she would also be able to kill Ogre. But first, she had to have enough power to undo the seal. Calm down, the godhead is already in your hands. You can definitely undo it. Zishang's voice was calm and steady. Yes, I can definitely undo it. Yunjoga encouraged herself. Then, she condensed her divine power again to attack the seal. But her remaining divine power was too weak. It was like trying to smash an egg against a stone. Give up resisting, stupid Kanglan people. We, Black Bone Demons, are the most powerful race of extraterrestrial demons. No one can resist our invasion. Ogre's gloomy voice echoed in the space. Ancient Demon He accidentally discovered that the origin power of Blue Waves continent was very suitable for them to invade. Although Blue Waves continent was only a low-level plane, the extraterrestrial alliance clearly stated that they were not allowed to invade the origin continent that had consciousness. In order to prevent other races from discovering this piece of fat meat, Ancient Demon He sent Ogre to secretly come to Blue Waves continent to open the passage. But because of a moment of carelessness, Yunjoga used the godhead to seal it. Before he fainted, he released his contracted demonic servant. Then, Yunjoga sealed it and threw it into this secret realm. He spent countless efforts to slowly reverse the situation and was successfully lured to this secret realm by Yunjoga. Now, it was time for him to harvest the fruit of victory. Shut up. Yunjoga angrily shot an arrow at Og. The golden arrow pierced through the black water and ignited with golden flames. The water level of the black water dropped a little. If she had enough power, she could burn the black water, just like how she forcefully closed the passage. Don't waste your divine power. That's just a provocation. Zishang pressed down on Yunjoga's hand. But I can't break the seal. Yunjoga didn't want to admit that she was useless, but she had indeed lost this time. There must be a way. Zishang was not discouraged at all. No, Zishang, we've lost. Later on, I will burn my godly power to get you out. Then I will be reincarnated once more. This time, you must find me as soon as possible. Yunjoga gripped Zishang's hand tightly. It was all her fault for being too conceited and foolish in her previous life. For the sake of the unreachable Son of Life, she had hurt the person she loved and pushed him away. That was why she was destined to fail. No, I won't look for you again. Zishang's eyes flashed with gentleness and pain. I have already waited for 2,000 years. I don't want to wait any longer. Also, Yueling has said that if you reincarnate again, your soul power will be even weaker. It will be even more impossible for you to defeat Og. No, I will reincarnate with God's spark this time. It will definitely be better than this life. Yunjoga's tone was anxious. She really wanted to convince Zishang, but she knew very well that in her previous life, she was at the peak of power. At that time, she couldn't kill Og. If she lost in his hands in this life, there was no chance of winning in her next life. Azure Wave Continent was finished. But even so, she still hoped that Zishang could survive. No, this time, let me help you. Zishang suddenly hugged Yunjoga's waist and forcefully covered her mouth. A warm thing slid down her throat from her mouth and into her abdomen with a familiar taste. That was Zishang's inner core. You're crazy. Yunjoga wanted to spit out the inner core. Without the inner core, Zishang would have no divine soul. He would die. Live. I know you can do it. Zishang smiled. His handsome face was so gentle that it was intoxicating. His finger flicked out a beam of moonlight that entered Yunjoga's body. Moon spirit threads suddenly appeared and tightly wrapped around Yunjoga, pinning her to the wall. Let me go, Yunjoga ordered the moon spirit threads. But Yueling stubbornly sent a remnant of consciousness over. I knew that entering the secret realm would be life-threatening. But don't worry, I will definitely take you out of the secret realm alive. This was Yuling's consciousness that Zishang had secretly collected. He had prepared it just for this moment. Joga, I love you. Zishang said and jumped into the black water. Zishang. Yunjoga screamed. A blinding dragon light came out of Zishang's body. Dragon horns appeared on his forehead, and black dragon scales extended downwards. In the end, he transformed into an extremely powerful black dragon. The black dragon's strong tail viciously whipped the walls of the space. A strong dragon aura immediately exploded. The black water surged, and the entire space shook. Damn it! Aogu roared angrily. The black water rolled up turbulent waves and rushed towards Zishang. Moon spirit threads flickered with tenacious light and resisted the black water. Yunjoga was safe and sound, but Zishang was covered in cuts and bruises. The black water corroded his scales. His flesh was mottled, but he fiercely collided as if he didn't feel any pain. Blood spurted out from his forehead. The mighty dragon horns started to crack, but his dark purple pupils didn't waver. Raging flames spread from his eyes to his whole body. The bright red blood was like kerosene, burning his life just to help Yunjoga escape from the prison. The space had already started to collapse. Cracks started to appear. Just a few more collisions and it would collapse. Zishang, you madman. Aogu was mad. He really didn't expect that Zishang, a dignified dragon emperor, would do this for Yunjoga. If he really let Yunjoga escape from here, then all his plans would be for naught. He had to kill Yunjoga as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't get the divine power of Blue Wave's continent, he didn't care. Aogu once again sunk into the boiling black water. The black water split into two. On the left side, the black water turned into a rope and firmly tied Zishang. Zishang struggled with all his might, but he couldn't get rid of it for a while. On the right side, the black water condensed into a black arrowhead. Although this black arrowhead was only the size of a fist, it condensed a terrifying aura and shot towards Yunjoga with world-shaking momentum. Chapter 551. Yunjoga's pupils shrank. Moon spirit threads also sensed great danger and immediately took Yunjoga to hide, trying to escape the black arrow's attack. The black arrow chased after Yunjoga but failed to lock onto her. It seemed to impatiently stop and then split into countless black arrows that filled the entire space. The black arrows were all pointed at Yunjoga. No matter where she hid, she could not escape the attack. Die! Ogre let out a triumphant yell, and the black water 10,000 arrows shot toward Yunjoga with a destructive aura. Yunjoga's scalp went numb. Golden divine power condensed on the surface as she prepared to take this terrifying attack. At this moment, Zishang suddenly let out a roar. His black dragon body suddenly exploded. After breaking free of the black water, he instantly blocked Yunjoga's path. Countless black arrows shot into his body. His already wounded body was now covered in bloody holes. He looked like a piece of ragged cloth. Zishang! Yunjoga screamed uncontrollably. She held Zishang's blood-stained dragon head with trembling hands. She wanted to touch him but was afraid of hurting him. Live! Zishang spat out the words in a hoarse and tired voice. He used the last of his strength to slam the stone wall above him. The dragon blood and black water mixed together and finally exploded the entire space. Yunjoga's body was sent flying by a huge wave of air and flew towards the hole in the sky. Her body floated in the air. The wind whistled in her ears. The dark brown dry land appeared in her eyes again, like a picture of the end of the world. In this great picture, Zishang's bloody and broken body was extremely eye-catching. His dark purple eyes stared at Yunjoga's figure. Inch by inch, his falling body turned to ash and disappeared from the world. Ah! Yunjoga let out the roar of a wounded beast. It was like a cuckoo crying blood. Her soul was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to explode. The dragon orb in her body sensed its master's death. It released the last of its demon power and surged into her abdomen along with the golden divine power. Her abdomen squeezed violently. The pain made her break out in a cold sweat. She could feel a huge force pressing against her dantian. Warm water flowed out from under her. Something fell out of her body and floated in front of her. It was a white egg the size of a palm. After shaking violently from left to right, it made a popping sound. A cute little head popped out. It had a pair of forked golden horns on its head, fluffy golden hair, a round little face, short thick eyebrows, and a fiery red phoenix feather flower mark in the middle of its eyebrows. It looked a little like Yunjoga, but also a little like Zishang. There was no doubt that it was their child, the legendary child of life. Yunjoga stared blankly at the child, her mind completely blank. She felt as if her soul was slowly disappearing with Zishang's death. Saving the world. Saving the calamity. All of this had nothing to do with her. At this moment, she only wanted to follow Zishang. The little dragon man crawled out of the shell and hovered in front of its mother. Its body was very healthy, and its forelimbs were chubby. There was even a golden dragon tail on its tailbone that emitted the purest light of life. Son of life. Ogre's surprised voice rang out. Then, a huge black palm rose from the ground and grabbed at the little dragon man in the air. Wah, wah, wah. The little dragon man was so frightened that it cried loudly. Rumbling thunders and hailstones rained down, scattering the huge black palm in the air. Ogre was not discouraged by the failure. He gathered all the demonic aura in the entire mystic realm and condensed it into a black palm that was even bigger and scarier than before, grabbing at the little dragon man. The little dragon man's wind, thunder, and hailstones rained down again, but it was unable to scatter that terrifying huge black palm. Wah, wah, wah. The little dragon man felt fear and immediately crawled into Yunjoga's arms. It tried its best to burrow into her clothes, wishing that it could turn into an egg and return to its mother's embrace. The warm touch finally awakened Yunjoga's consciousness. She hugged the child's tiny body, and she finally came back to life. Zishang was dead. What she wanted to do was to take revenge, not to wallow in self-pity. Yunjoga used her moon spirit threads to bind that huge black palm. Then, she condensed her divine power again, wanting to break the seal. The golden godhead had already shattered the seal when it descended. The familiar divine power fused into Yunjoga's divine soul again and flowed through her entire body. A golden red flame lit up between Yunjoga's brows. The phoenix feather flower was as dazzling as a phoenix that had gone through nirvana. Streaks of red patterns spread down from her forehead. Golden red light feathers formed a pair of wings on her back, illuminating the world with divine light. Damn it! Ogre screamed uncontrollably. After the seal was broken, the power of his divine soul was also rapidly disappearing. If he did not think of a way to escape, he would really be destroyed. Ogre looked at Yunjoga with resentment. The huge black hand formed by the black water split into countless raindrops and rained down on the world. As long as a trace of his divine soul could escape, he could continue to lie dormant and wait for the day he could make a comeback. Yunjoga, just you wait. Everything is not over yet. Ogre's divine soul split into thousands of pieces. Just as he was about to fall to the ground and escape, he suddenly realized that his vision blurred. The vast mystic realm turned into a blue space. You are not the only one who knows how to set up a spatial barrier. Yunjoga's voice spread out like water ripples. Ogre widened his eyes in horror. He looked up and saw Yunjoga hugging the little dragon man and looking down at him from above. The golden little dragon man opened its little hands and looked at him curiously with its extremely pure eyes as though it was looking at something fun. Spatial barrier was the innate ability of the golden dragon. After it absorbed its mother's divine power, it became even more powerful. It transferred all the black water that Ogre turned into its own spatial barrier. The Azure Waves continent is mine. You should not covet something that doesn't belong to you. Yunjoga raised her hand expressionlessly. A wisp of golden flames emerged from her hand and floated into the air before turning into a thunder fire needle. Die! Following Yunjoga's order, the thunder fire needle transformed into countless lightning needles and rained down like a rainstorm. The purple lightning exploded above the black water and eventually turned into golden flames that burned fiercely. The black water bubbled like boiling water and turned into transparent water vapor before vanishing without a trace. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Keeping me alive is useful to you. You can use me and the ancient black ink race. They will definitely be willing to pay any price in exchange for my life. Ogre let out a miserable scream and kept tempting Yunjoga to spare his life. Yunjoga's response was to increase the output of divine power. The fire was like a bottle of oil that was poured into a bottle and quickly burned Ogre's divine soul into nothingness. Chapter 552. Whoosh! The little dragon man regretfully watched its new toy disappear in the space. It patted its chubby hands and hugged its mother's neck. It tiredly rested its head on her shoulder. Yunjoga hugged the little dragon man tightly and came to the huge pit where Zishang had died. She smelled Zishang's remaining scent in the air. Her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Her mind was even more blank. The little dragon man muttered and then pulled Yunjoga's hair. Then the black demonic tripod fell and almost hit Yunjoga's toes. Master, don't be sad. I used the soul-returning wood to collect Lord Zishang's soul. The little baby's urgent voice sounded in Yunjoga's consciousness and immediately pulled her soul back. Where? Yunjoga's voice couldn't help trembling. Here. The little baby pointed at the soul-returning wood planted in the space. There was a quiet black dragon inside the red mist-like wood. It was undoubtedly Zishang's soul. Zishang. Yunjoga's consciousness sank into the demonic tripod and formed a small person. It pounced at the soul-returning wood and called. Joga, are you okay? Zishang opened his eyelids. His pupils reflected Yunjoga's figure. I'm fine. I've already killed Ogre. How are you now? Yunjoga reached out to touch Zishang but passed through his soul. My soul is very weak. You have to undo the seal of the palace and put my soul back into my body. Back then, Yunjoga had sealed the palace after mending the sky. Zishang's soul had reincarnated with her and left his body in the palace. I'll definitely take you back to the palace. As long as Zishang could survive, it wouldn't be a problem to take him to the outer world to find otherworldly demons, not to mention back to the palace. Okay. Zishang's eyelids grew heavier and his voice weaker. Although he hid in the soul-returning wood at the critical moment, he was still exhausted and had no strength to speak. Master, don't worry. I'll take good care of Lord Zishang. The little baby smiled obsequiously. After wandering outside for so many years, he could finally return to the palace. I'll leave him to you. If anything happens to him, I'll ask for you, Yunjoga said sternly. Yes. The little cute baby's face was serious and taut as he promised to complete the task. Although Yunjoga really wanted to stay in the demonic tripod with Zishang, there were still many things waiting for her outside. Yunjoga left the demonic tripod and saw that the little dragon man had already fallen asleep with its arms around her neck. Good boy. Yunjoga kissed the little horn on its forehead and sent it to the demonic tripod beside Zishang. Then he spread his wings and flew towards Cloud City. Ian Shirley was standing at the top of Cloud City when he saw a beam of golden light flying towards him from afar. He looked into the distance and saw Yunjoga covered in golden light, stepping on auspicious clouds, looking extremely holy. Greetings, Lady Goddess. Ian Shirley knelt on one knee and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Cloud City. The orcs also knelt down and welcomed Yunjoga's arrival with the most pious gesture. Where's Nangongli? Yunjoga landed in front of Ian Shirley and asked. He's dead. Ian Shirley sighed. What's going on? Mo Hun was not easy to deal with. She didn't think that Ian Shirley could kill him. Follow me and you'll know. Ian Shirley brought Yunjoga to Nangong-li's room. She saw Nangong-li's corpse lying on the ground. He had become a monster like Nangong-yu. Bailey Moyun sat at the side with a shocked expression. He was completely dumbfounded. There was a loud noise in the sky just now. He suddenly died and became like this, Ian Shirley said. Very good. she didn't have to do it herself. Lady Yun, what exactly happened? Bailey Moyun supported himself against the wall and stood up. He didn't understand how his best friend had become such a monster. Nangong Li and Nangong Yu were both killed by the Mo Hun. Yun Joga told him about the extraterrestrial demon and ogre. Nangong Li, who had been possessed by the Mo Hun, had planned to kill all the orcs in Cloud City. Unfortunately, he had died with ogre before he could act. Now that the passageway is closed, does that mean that the catastrophe is about to end? Ian Shirley asked nervously. The extraterrestrial demons have already set their eyes on this place. They will send more people here sooner or later. We must prepare in advance. Gather all the orcs. I have orders. Yun Joga didn't have time to waste. After settling things here, she still had to bring Zi Shang back to the Divine Palace. After all the orcs had gathered, Yun Joga eliminated all the death chi and devil chi that had polluted the arcane realm in front of them. Golden light shone on the ground. Everything grew, grass sprouted, and clean spring water appeared again. The orcs knelt at Yun Joga's feet excitedly. Tears streamed down their faces as they murmured, thanking the goddess for her gift. Ow, 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 aren't you taking me with you? When Dummy heard that Yun Joga was going to leave, he was so scared that his eyes widened. You're more needed here. Yun Joga patted Dummy's head and secretly transferred some divine power to him. Dummy's body elongated and slowly grew taller. Finally, he turned into a handsome young man with slanted eyes. When you grow up, come find me at the Divine Palace. Yun Joga smiled and shot a golden oracle into the sky. She ordered the eagle man Prince Ling Fei to be the Beast King and lead the entire orc race. She also left the training rules for the priests in the Divine Palace. She asked the tribes to pick out the best orcs to enter the Divine Palace to learn the knowledge of the priests and help the orcs continue to evolve. After Yun Joga settled things in the arcane realm, she left with Bailey Moyun and Ian Shirley. Goddess, what can I do? Bailey Moyun's expression was determined. The death of his best friend made him realize how terrifying the extraterrestrial demons were. He was eager to do something. I will grant you nascent soul cultivation. I hope you can lead the righteous path and prepare for the coming catastrophe. Yun Joga took out a divine elixir that she had made in her previous life. She had originally prepared it for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. But after what happened to Zi Shang, she didn't want to shoulder all the burden. The rise and fall of the world was everyone's responsibility. Bailey Moyun had a righteous heart. She believed that he could lead the righteous path cultivators to success. Goddess, don't worry. I know what to do. Bailey Moyun took the divine elixir and swallowed it, then left. Looks like the evil sects are for me. Ian Shirley took a step forward and stood in front of Yun Joga. This is what Zi Shang promised you. Yun Joga took out 2 green heart of the universe. Thank you. Ian Shirley didn't say anything heroic. He had been taught by Sanskrit. He had long regarded saving the world as his responsibility. After Ian Shirley left, Yun Joga went to the 100,000 mountains to find Junie Chen, Luo Tian, and Yi Yu. She told them about the extraterrestrial demons and gave them divine elixirs as well. Miss, will we be able to see you again? Yi Yu looked at Yun Joga sadly. Junie Chen and Luo Tian also looked sad. Cultivate well. When you reach the soul formation level, you can come and see me, Yun Joga comforted. Where do you live? How can we find you? Yi Yu immediately perked up. I live in the Kunlun Mountain Divine Palace. That night, thunder suddenly rumbled in Kunlun Mountain. Golden light shone brightly within a radius of 100 kilometers. The phantom of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes enveloped the entire earth. The golden heavenly gate faintly opened. A golden light pillar shrouded Kunlun Mountain. A holy and beautiful woman slowly rose from the golden light pillar. From then on, countless legends were left in Blue Wave's continent. Chapter 553. Divine Palace, Lotus Hall. Yunjoga held his son's little paw and pointed at the big white egg that was soaking in the golden pool. Baby, do you see that white egg? That's your father. Egg, father. The little dragon man frowned. It did not understand why other people's fathers were so tall and mighty, but its father was a big white egg. He was injured in the fight with the bad guys to save us, so he could only hide in the egg and grow out again. Yunjoga carried his son closer to Zishang. A year ago, she successfully opened the seal of the Divine Palace and found Zishang's original body. She did not expect him to degenerate into an egg after putting his soul in. Wan Sha said that Zishang was too exhausted to maintain his demon form and needed to absorb more power to transform again. She could only put Zishang's egg in the lotus pool and wait for him to be born again. Bad guys, kill them. The little dragon man waved his little paw angrily. He still remembered the big black hand he saw when he was born. We've killed the bad guys. Alright, you should go take a nap and say good afternoon to father. Yunjoga grabbed his son's little paw and waved at Zishang. Good afternoon, father. The little dragon man waved his paw obediently. Zishang's egg shook slightly as if responding to them. Zishang, do your best. We'll visit you again later. Yunjoga kissed Zishang's egg and left the Lotus Hall with his son towards the Golden Dragon Hall. Along the way, the maids bowed to her. The one in charge of taking care of the little dragon man was a maid chosen by the spirit clan. Her name was Qing Er. Goddess, Lord Wan Sha just sent someone to look for you. He said that there's someone waiting in the hall. Qing Er was small but very strong. She took the heavy little dragon man from Yunjoga's arms effortlessly. Mother, accompany me. I'm scared. The little dragon man pulled Yunjoga's sleeve with tears in his eyes. Alright, mother will accompany you. Yunjoga could not bear to see her son acting like a spoiled child. Although the little guy was already as tall as a 3-year-old human, he was still a 1-year-old who needed his mother's company. The little dragon man immediately smiled happily and lay on the small golden bed. There were shiny gems beside the pillow. The dragon race had always loved to collect treasures, and the little dragon man was no exception. The entire Golden Dragon Palace was inlaid with all kinds of gemstones that it liked. Go to sleep. Yunjoga touched the small forked horn on his son's forehead and gently hummed a song to coax him to sleep. The little dragon man slowly fell asleep, and there were beautiful gemstones everywhere in its dream. Its favorite was the white jade statue of its mother in the middle. Mother is the most beautiful. The little dragon man took out a small handkerchief and wiped the face of his mother's statue happily. At this moment, a clear and arrogant voice rang out. Little bastard, you've finally come. The little dragon man turned its head and saw a boy who was about 7 years old appearing in its dream. He wore a gorgeous black robe, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. His lips were bright red as if they were stained with blood. The pair of small black horns on his forehead were incomparably sharp, and they flickered with an ominous light. Anyone who looked at them would feel like they were being stabbed. Why are you here again? I don't welcome you. The little dragon man spread its arms in front of its mother's statue and looked at the boy warily. A bastard will always be a bastard. It doesn't make sense no matter what. The boy crossed his arms in front of his chest and said to the little dragon man with contempt, Don't think that you can stop the attack of the ancient black fiends just because you eliminated that idiot ogre. If you surrender and serve me as your master now, not only will I spare your life, but I can also confer you the title of the ruler of this mainland. You just have to give me half of the origin source. No, it's all mine. Although the little dragon man did not understand what the origin source was, it remembered what its mother had said before. If a stranger asked for something from it, it must not agree to it no matter what it was. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. A furious light flashed in the boy's dark eyes, and then he pounced at the little dragon man. The little dragon man immediately hugged its head and curled up into a meatball. It only used its golden dragon tail to counterattack the boy, and the two of them instantly got into a fight. Yunjoga did not know that her son was being bullied in his dream. When she saw that her son had closed his eyes, she left quietly and came to the hall. "Sir, you're here." Wan Sha came to welcome her. "Who's waiting for me?" After Yunjoga had asked Wan Sha to secretly summon back the maidservants from the divine palace, she had ordered that her former lovers were forbidden from finding her. "It's a tree spirit that I don't know. He said that you saved him in the mystic realm of the Yin Spirit Mountain Range." Wan Sha saw that the tree spirit spoke in a logical manner, so he informed Yunjoga. "Tree spirit?" Yunjoga was puzzled. When did she help a tree spirit? When she saw the handsome man with green hair and green eyes standing in the hall, she remembered that she had helped a human-faced peach king tree before. "Lady Goddess." The human-faced peach king's eyes instantly lit up when he saw Yunjoga. His green eyes shone with a gentle light, like grass that had been dipped in dew. "Sit. I didn't think that you would reach the divine transformation realm so quickly." Yunjoga remembered that when the human-faced peach king left the mystic realm, he was only at the golden core realm. If not for a huge fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to reach the divine transformation realm so quickly. After we parted ways in the mystic realm, I obtained other fortuitous encounters. That was why I was lucky enough to reach the divine transformation realm. The human-faced peach king's smile was a little bashful. He wanted to look at Yunjoga, but he did not dare to. "Why are you looking for me?" Yunjoga did not have many feelings for the human-faced peach king. "Today, I was entrusted by someone to come and find Lady Goddess." The human-faced peach king also became serious when it came to business. "Entrusted by who?" Yunjoga frowned slightly. Countless names flashed through her mind. "I was entrusted by Lord Fan Yin to come and see you." The human-faced peach king's greatest wish in this life was to see Yunjoga again. That was why Fan Yin had helped him with his tribulation. He's quite scheming. Ever since Yunjoga returned to the divine palace, Fan Yin had sent countless invitations to see her. However, Yunjoga had rejected all of them. Yunjoga knew very well what Fan Yin wanted to say to her. It was undoubtedly about the calamity and the lives of the world. However, she had already said that she did not want to care about it, so she did not want to see him. The human-faced peach king gathered his courage and said, "Lady Goddess, Lord Fan Yin asked me to help you pass on a message. He said that he did not want to see you to talk about the calamity and the lives of the world. Instead, he really misses you. He hopes that you can give him a chance to see you." Yunjoga stood up and said, "Go back and tell him that if I want to see him, I will naturally go and find him." "Wan Sha, see him off." "Yes." Wan Sha walked in front of the human-faced peach king and was about to take him away. At this time, the human-faced peach king suddenly gathered his courage and asked Yunjoga another question. "Lady Goddess, I heard that you are looking for a male pet. I wonder if I have the chance to fight for it." Chapter 554. Hearing this, Yunjoga narrowed his phoenix eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone, "Who told you this?" The human-faced peach king had just ascended, so he should not know about the foolish things he had done in the past. It was also impossible for Sanskrit to tell him this. "It was Demon King Hua Manchu who told me." Seeing Yunjoga's ugly expression, the human-faced Peach King knew that the information he had received was wrong. He was curious as to why Hua Manchu, with his cold and indifferent face, would tell him such a private gossip. Is that guy courting death? He actually dares to spread such nonsense. Although Yunjoga gritted his teeth, he could not vent his anger on the human-faced Peach King. He could only say, "Don't listen to his nonsense. My harem already has a master." I misunderstood. The human-faced Peach King was ashamed. His white face instantly turned red, and he was so nervous that he did not know where to place his hands. The divine world of the Azure Wave continent is not a peaceful place. You should be more careful in the future. Don't trust others so easily. Looking at their past relationship, Yunjoga kindly gave the human-faced Peach King a suggestion. Lady Goddess is right. The human-faced Peach King nodded repeatedly. He treated Yunjoga's words as the truth, deeply imprinting them in his heart. Please. Wan Sha raised his hand impatiently. If he had known that the tree spirit was Sanskrit's envoy, he would not have let him in. Yes, Lady Goddess. I'll take my leave first. The human-faced Peach King left dejectedly with the shattered peach heart. After Wan Sha sent the human-faced Peach King away, he quickly returned to Yunjoga's side. Didn't I tell you to send a message to abolish the Divine Palace's order to accept male pets? Yunjoga asked while suppressing his anger. This subordinate has already sent your order, but they do not believe me. I can't do anything about it. Wan Sha felt very sullen. Those fellows were all extremely stubborn and did not believe his words. They even wanted to ask the Lady Goddess face to face. Damn it. Yunjoga truly regretted the absurd decision she had made back then. Although she had already absorbed the divine spark, her divine power had not completely recovered. Furthermore, she did not have the face to go out and clean up that mess. In her previous life, she was emotionless. No matter who fell in love with her, her heart could not be shaken. In this life, she suddenly woke up and did not have the face to face those male pets whose hearts she had hurt. Should we spread the news about the Crown Prince? Wan Sha suggested. Back then, Yunjoga had taken in a male pet in order to give birth to the child of life. Now that she had a child, she no longer needed a male pet. No, Long Er's identity must be kept a secret. Yunjoga flatly refused. After she returned to the Divine Palace, she shut herself in and didn't go out. Even the palace maids were replaced by puppets. This was to prevent Long Er's identity from being revealed. Long Er was too young, and Zishang had not recovered. She was afraid that she would not be able to protect them. But the paper cannot contain the fire. Wan Sha frowned. Ever since Yunjoga had been reincarnated and sealed off the Divine Palace, the power of the Divine Palace had been far from what it used to be. Although he had brought back 500 demons to protect him, it was difficult to stop those people from tracking him down. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Zishang needed time to recover, and she also needed time to recuperate. If she hid it now and didn't let others see through her, it would save her a lot of trouble. Fine. What do you plan to do with the Fairy Empress? That guy deliberately spread the news. He clearly wants to go against the Divine Palace. Wan Sha was also annoyed by him. How long can the Lotus Hall's spirit water last? Yunjoga asked. About 3 more months. The spirit water was a tribute from the previous flower fairies. Zishang had almost used up all of it. If she wanted to continue, she would have to find the flower fairies, but everything about the flower fairies was under the Fairy Empress control. Make the arrangements. I will go to the fairy forest to find Hua Manchu tonight. Yunjoga sighed heavily. The flower spirit dew was necessary for Zishang's recovery. She had to see the fairy empress. Do you want me to go with you? Wan Sha was worried that Hua Manchu would mess around. No, you stay and look after the divine palace. Yun Jioga shook her head. The only person she could trust now was Wan Sha. Then what about the little prince? It will take at least 2 days to go from the divine palace to the fairy forest. We can't coax him. Wan Sha had experienced the little prince's loud voice. This child was too attached to his mother. If he didn't see his mother when he woke up, he would cry his heart out. When the time comes, I will give him 3 days of peace. Yun Jioga made up her mind. Usually, newborn dragons spent their puberty in sleep, but her son did the opposite. He did not like to sleep at all. Every time, she had to coax him to sleep. It was not good for his body. She usually spoiled him and could not bear to scold him. This time, she would take the opportunity to let him have a good rest. Okay, then I will prepare the carriage now. Wan Sha bowed and retreated. Yun Jioga sat in the main hall for a while, then walked towards the Golden Dragon Palace. Qing was preparing to boil the spirit dew for the little master to drink. When she saw Yun Jioga coming in, she quickly bowed. Is the little prince awake? Yun Jioga asked in a low voice. The little prince is sleeping soundly today. He has not woken up yet. Qing also replied in a low voice. Okay, go do what you need to do. Yun Jioga slowed down and walked towards the inner hall. Her long red dress fluttered on the white jade tiles, emitting a unique fragrance. The little dragon man was fighting with the little boy in its dream. It had developed to the point of grabbing its hair and pinching its nose. The moment it smelled its mother's unique fragrance, it immediately kicked the little boy who was on top of it and got up from the ground. My mother is back. I'm not playing with you anymore, the little dragon man said while panting. Don't go. I haven't had my fill yet. The little boy widened his eyes and reached out to pull the little dragon man. Who cares about you? The little dragon man made a face at the little boy and immediately disappeared. The little boy stomped his feet angrily, but he was helplessly expelled by the little dragon man's dream and returned to his body. Your Highness, you are awake. The demonic servant Liar's careful voice sounded in the bedroom. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a curtain made of sea crystal silk. The demonic patterns on it were like twinkling stars. The little boy lifted the black blanket covering his body and drifted away from the large bed to sit on a wheelchair made of Hades' white bones. His bedroom was very spacious and could accommodate 500 people at the same time. The walls were as deep as the deep sea, and only the moonstones embedded in the walls emitted a faint glow. At this moment, the demonic servant Liar was kneeling on one knee on the ground. His tall body, which was covered with black scales, was even taller than him who was sitting. Liar, have Father Emperor and Mother Queen returned? The little boy waved his hand and a blanket embroidered with demonic spirit flowers flew over and covered his numb leg. Replying to Your Highness, King and Queen have not returned yet, Liar replied in a muffled voice. Then, have you found the way to Blue Wave's continent? The little boy used his hand to push the white bone wheelchair to the front of Liar. Chapter 555. Your Highness, it is not easy to find an ancient devil body that can be used as the key. We are trying to find a way. Liar was so ashamed that he didn't dare to raise his head. They thought that Azure Wave Continent was just a lower realm and they could take it down as long as they avoided the eyes and ears of the Outer World Alliance. They didn't expect Ogre's Heaven's Soul Lamp to extinguish. This meant that the opening of the passage had failed. Ogre was born with the Void Devil body and was the best key to open the space passage. They thought that Ogre would succeed, so they didn't prepare any other keys. They couldn't find a suitable target in such a short time. You should know that my legs can't wait for long. The little boy's face was gloomy. The black horn on his head was flashing with terrifying light. Your Highness, don't worry. We are already looking. We should have news soon. Lyre's cold sweat dripped down. This crown prince became more and more violent after his legs were cursed and lost their vitality. He often killed people. Get lost. The little boy ordered coldly. Lyre immediately bowed and left as if he came back to life. In the blink of an eye, only the little boy was left in the empty hall. His gaze swept across the various toys in the hall and finally returned to the big bed. Forget it, I will go to that little guy's dream to play with him. The little boy muttered to himself. As the only inheritor of the ancient devil race, his status was extremely noble. No other devil dared to be impudent in front of him. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. In order to break the curse on him, his father and mother racked their brains. They thought about how to plunder the origin power of the lower realm to help him break the curse. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to talk to him. Because of his curse, he could only live in this dark deep-sea demon palace. The demonic servants that served him would only tremble when they saw him. They were completely uninteresting. Until he entered the dream of the little dragon man to investigate the cause of Ogre's death. This was the first time someone dared to quarrel with him. It was a new feeling. He wanted to continue trying. After the little dragon man woke up, it hugged Yunjoga's neck and cried, "Mother, there is a bad guy in the dream who always comes to find trouble with me. He wants to steal my treasure." What does the bad guy look like? Yunjoga asked while gesturing to Ching to bring over the spirit milk. It's black. The horns on its head are also black. The little dragon man touched its golden forked horns and said rather proudly, "Not as pretty as baby." Then it must be jealous of our baby's pretty little horn, so it came to bully you. Come, baby, drink some spirit milk. Yunjoga handed the crystal cup to his son. That must be it. Mother, you are too smart. The little dragon man happily hugged the big cup and gulped down a big mouthful of milk, leaving a circle of white milk foam on its little mouth. His horns are ugly. You can't make fun of him. Try to be good friends with him next time. Yunjoga picked up the soft silk handkerchief to wipe his son's mouth, not realizing what he had said at all. All right. The little dragon man nodded reluctantly. He was a good baby and would do whatever his mother said. All right, after you're done drinking, go find the little cute baby and Feifei to play with. Yunjoga picked up his son and put him on the ground. After returning to the divine palace, she put the demonic tripod back into the myriad flower spirit garden. Xiao Chao, Feifei and treasure-seeking scorpion were also placed there to live. The little dragon man often went to play with them, but only Xiao Chao could play with it. The little cute baby looked like a kid on the outside, but it had experienced the vicissitudes of life on the inside. It always regarded itself as Xiao Cao's elder and talked about great principles, which was especially annoying. Meanwhile, Feifei fell in love with the work of converting death aura after going to the mystic realm, so Yunjoga sent it to the demonic realm of the divine palace to train. The female scorpion got pregnant not long after coming to the divine palace. The treasure-seeking scorpion was both happy and worried, so it stayed by his wife's side every day. Yunjoga had already promised the little dragon man that she would let the little scorpion be its spirit pet after it was born. As for the ingrate's eyeball that she collected in the mystic realm, she gave it to Wan Sha as a pet. She heard that it was living well and had already grown another eyeball. Let's go and see the scorpion baby. The little dragon man immediately ran towards the myriad flower spirit garden happily. Touching the belly of the female scorpion every day and greeting its future spirit pet had become its new hobby. Yunjoga didn't accompany her son to the myriad flower spirit garden. Instead, she went to the lotus hall. The white egg that Zishang had transformed into was as big as a person's face. It was placed vertically in the spirit water. When it saw Yunjoga, the eggshell started to glow slightly, fully expressing its joy. Yunjoga took off her gorgeous outer robe, kicked off her red phoenix-winged satin shoes, and walked into the lotus pond barefooted. She hugged Zishang's egg and told him about the visit of the human-faced Peach King. That Fan Yin guy is really annoying. I already said that I don't care about the matters of the mortal world, but he still keeps nagging me. Yunjoga's tone was slightly irritated. She had already done enough. The rest could only be left to the mortal world's cultivators to think of a solution. Zishang's eggshell became a little warmer, as if it was comforting Yunjoga's irritated mood. Yunjoga immediately felt a little better. Then, she said, there's not enough spirit water anymore. I'm going to find that guy Hua Manchu to get some more. If I can get some spirit stones, you can recover faster. Zishang immediately shook its eggshell with force, as if it was strongly objecting. What are you worried about? There's nothing between me and him. Yunjoga patted Zishang's eggshell, annoyed and amused. Although the Fairy King had come to stay in her harem for a few nights, she had only interacted with him. Later, Yunjoga realized that he was not a good breeding partner, so she rejected him. It was just that he was not willing to give up. Zishang still did not agree. Its eggshell flickered, and it was very agitated. This time, I'm going to explain things clearly to him, so that he will completely give up. Yunjoga's previous refusal was not firm, which was why the Fairy King still had a sliver of hope. It was all her fault. Zishang shook even more violently. All right, stay here and recuperate. Try to appear as soon as possible. I'll be back in 3 days. Yunjoga got up and left the lotus pond. She had just put on her shoes and outer robe when she heard the sound of the lotus spirit water splashing. She turned her head and saw that Zishang had actually sucked up all the spirit water, then shrunk into a palm-sized white egg and flew towards Yunjoga. What are you doing? Yunjoga grabbed him and roared angrily. The spirit water was still enough for 3 months. It was such a waste for Zishang to suck it up all at once. Zishang did not speak. He clung tightly to Yunjoga's palm, expressing his attitude that he would rather die than go with her. Aren't you looking for a beating if you go out like this? Yunjoga was helpless. Why did she not realize that Zishang was so jealous before? Zishang ignored her and refused to leave. He would not let his wife meet her former lover alone. You can come with me, but don't mess around. Yunjoga saw that the lotus pond water had dried up. There was no point in keeping Zishang. Since he was worried, she could only bring him along. Hopefully, this trip would go smoothly. Chapter 556. Yunjoga put the purple deceased sword in his arms and went to Myriad Flower Spirit Garden to find his son. Ever since the little baby experienced the predicament of food shortage in the mystic realm, he consciously planted edible flowers and plants after returning to Myriad Flower Spirit Garden. From afar, one could see green thorny flowers wrapped around the periphery, sweet fruits dotted it, white dancing spirit flowers that looked like cotton candy fluttered in the air, and a swing made of red willow branches swayed in it. The little dragon man was playing a game of candy ball with Xiao Chao at the moment. A colorful fruit the size of a human head was quickly passed between them, leaving a series of afterimages. Xiao Chao was agile and could catch the ball no matter where the little dragon man threw it to. However, the little dragon man had an advantage over him. After all, he had an extra tail, and the little golden tail was more agile than his hands and feet. The colorful fruit slowly turned red as the two of them hit each other, and finally emitted a sweet fragrance. Okay, you can eat it, the little baby shouted, and the big red fruit floated in front of him. I want to leave it for Mother. I want to leave it for Master. The two little guys said in unison. This is a must, the little baby shouted loudly. Then, he smiled fawningly at Yunjoga, who was walking towards the garden. Right, Master. You two are filial. I did not dote on you for nothing. Yunjoga walked into the garden leisurely. The little dragon man and Xiao Chao pounced over together. Xiao Chao was better. The sweat turned into demonic aura and returned to her body, and not a single bit was wasted. However, the little dragon man seemed to be fished out of the water. The golden sweat dripped into the soil and was quickly absorbed. What fruit is this? Yunjoga took the red fruit from the little baby's hand. There were 7-star runes on the fruit's skin with an inexplicable charm. This is the 7-star fruit. It blooms every 700 years and bears fruit every 700 years. The fruit needs to absorb the purest vitality to ripen. This was planted by the little baby in Myriad Flower Spirit Garden a long time ago. It happened to ripen when he returned this time, so he caught the two little guys to help. How many more 7-star fruits do you have here? Yunjoga remembered that the fairy Empress Hua Manchu once said that the 7-star fruit was helpful to his cultivation technique. He could use this to exchange for the flower spirit water. Very many. The little adorable child pointed behind him. The clouds and mist dissipated, revealing a straight black tree. 7 black tree trunks grew out evenly. There were no leaves on them, only colorful fruits hanging on them. They shone like small lanterns. There were at least 1,000 of them. Put up 50 of them, Yunjoga said to the little baby. You want to give it away? The little cute baby looked surprised. It had always been others who fawned on the divine palace. It had never been the divine palace who used things to fawn on others. It's not a gift, it's a trade. Yunjoga told her that he wanted to exchange the 7-star fruit with the fairy king for the floral fairy water. Can't we just let them pay the tribute? The little cute baby didn't understand. It was their honor that the divine palace wanted to use their things. Not good. Yunjoga glared at the little baby. Things were different now. The power of the divine palace was not as good as it used to be. Sooner or later, it would lead to a disaster. All right. The little cute child curled his lips and waved his hand. 57-star fruits flew over and fell into a basket made of red willow branches. Are we going to trade this too? The little dragon man looked at the red and fragrant fruit reluctantly. It took him and Xiao Chao a lot of effort to make it ripe. Even his mother hadn't tasted it yet. No, we'll eat this ourselves. Yunjoga broke the 7-star fruit. The seed inside was like a condensed ruby, emitting pure energy. The little cute child didn't eat it. The big part was eaten by the little dragon man and Xiao Chao, and some was left for the treasure-seeking scorpion couple. Just bring 10 of them to exchange for it. After Yunjoga ate it, he immediately changed his mind. A fruit full of energy like this could make a mortal cultivator soar into the sky. 5 is enough. The floral fairy water isn't something valuable. The little cute child was more stingy than Yunjoga. The income of the divine palace was too low now, so he had to save money. Okay, 5 it is. Yunjoga put the red willow basket into his mustard space, then picked up the little dragon man and kissed it. Baby, it's time to take a bath and sleep. Xiao Chao, cute child, I'll come and play with you tomorrow. The little dragon man waved to his friends and returned to the Golden Dragon Palace Hall with his arms around his mother's neck. Prepare the bath. The little prince is going to take a bath later. Yunjoga instructed. Smashing was drenched in sweat, so its scales had to be washed properly. Yes. Ching-er immediately retreated. Yunjoga accompanied the little dragon man for dinner and took him to the bath. The golden bath was inlaid with 4 diamond-studded dragon heads that could spray water. The bottom of the pool was shining, reflecting the warm water with a golden glow. The little dragon man jumped into the water with a bang, creating a huge splash. Then, it swam happily in the pool, having a great time. The purple deceased sword rolled out of Yunjoga's pocket and fell into the water, following beside Smashing. "Ah, Dan Dan." The little dragon man subconsciously pounced over, wanting to grab Dan Dan and play an egg-tossing game with his mother. "Be careful." Yunjoga's heart immediately jumped. She knew very well how much strength Smashing was using. If smashing the purple deceased sword into pieces, then he would have to bear the crime of patricide. Although Smashing had already turned into a white egg, its movements were still extremely agile. It squirmed around in the water, not letting Smashing succeed. The little dragon man was playing crazily. The water splashed everywhere, drenching Yunjoga. All right. Both of you stop." Yunjoga wiped the bath water off his face and was about to jump into the pool to deal with the father and son. However, Smashing formed the word "no" in the pool and continued to tempt Smashing to chase after him. Yunjoga observed carefully and discovered Smashing's movements in the pool. He discovered that its movements in the pool were extremely rhythmic, and the pool water turned into a lifelike dragon shape. After Smashing chased Smashing a few rounds around the white egg, a beam of golden light suddenly flashed on its forehead and continuously extended downwards. Then, the long-tailed fat dragon man immediately turned into a dragon shape. Its long whiskers fluttered, its scales shone, and its 5 claws were powerful. Previously, Yunjoga had been worried that Smashing did not know how to transform. However, when she asked the dragon clan privately, they could not tell what was going on. This was because the dragon clan had never produced a golden dragon with divine power. Now that she saw Smashing successfully transforming into a dragon, she finally relaxed. For a milk dragon, maintaining its original form was the most comfortable. When Smashing saw that his son had finally learned how to transform into a dragon, Smashing immediately flew back into Yunjoga's pocket. He was just an egg now, and the running just now was really killing him. Still playing. The little golden dragon wagged its head and tail in the pool water. It was in high spirits and did not feel tired at all. "I'm not playing anymore. Hurry and lie down. I'll help you brush your scales." Yunjoga forcefully dragged Smashing to the shore and began to brush his scales. Chapter 557. Yunjoga's movements were very gentle. The brush he used to brush the scales was made from a 1,000-year-old gourd, and the bottom was inlaid with a gold base. My son was very infatuated with gold and gemstones. If it wasn't for the gold base, it wouldn't have let the gourd scoop on its body. The little golden dragon was so comfortable that it closed its eyes and started to doze off. The purple deceased sword rolled out of her pocket again and floated to my son's side before gently touching its little horn. Yunjoga also touched the purple deceased sword. It was hard on him to worry about his son's transformation in this state. After cleaning my son, Yunjoga wrapped it in a bath towel and placed it on the magnificent bed. Then, he dripped a few drops of spiritual milk into it before putting it next to my son's mouth and coaxing, "Be good, baby. Drink the spiritual milk first before sleeping." The little golden dragon closed its eyes and finished drinking the spiritual milk. After rinsing its mouth, it fell into a deep sleep. "Good baby. Have a good sleep. You'll see me when you wake up." Yunjoga lowered his head and kissed my son's face. The purple deceased sword also touched his son's forehead. Before Yunjoga left, He covered all the luminous pearls in the house, leaving only the scorpion-shaped floor lamp on the floor. The little dragon man fell into a deep sleep. As it had too much fun in the myriad flowers spirit garden today, the same scene appeared in its dream, except that its mother's jade statue was placed at the door. However, there was a big white egg in the statue's hand this time. "Xiao Chao, Meng Hua, quickly come out and play with me." The little dragon man plucked 2 unripened 7-star fruits from the 7-star tree and began to call its partners to play. Unfortunately, Xiao Chao and Meng Hua didn't appear in the dream, but a black hole. The ancient demon crown prince with a black horn on his head snuck into the little dragon man's dream again. This was the only place where he could get rid of the curse. "Why are you here again?" The little dragon man frowned and felt that its mood had become very bad. "I come whenever I want. What can you do to help me?" The crown prince raised his eyebrows and sized up the little dragon man's dream. Compared to the gaudy golden and gemstone-filled place before, this flower garden was obviously more interesting. The little dragon man really hated this fellow in front of it. Just as it clenched its little fist and was about to go forward to fight, it suddenly recalled what its mother had said previously. "His horns are ugly, so you mustn't make fun of him. Try to be good friends with him next time." The little dragon man tilted its head and looked at the black sharp horn on the crown prince's head. It was really ugly. There seemed to be a whirlpool at the top of the horn, and it was an eyesore. "What are you looking at?" The crown prince glared at him in an unfriendly manner. Ever since he was cursed, the horns on his head had turned black. The spiral patterns on them were the marks left behind by the curse. That was why he hated it when people stared at his horns. "Nothing much." The little dragon man shifted its gaze and awkwardly handed over the 7-star fruit in its hand. "Do you want to play with me?" it asked softly. The crown prince's gaze shifted to the big, brightly colored fruit. Although he didn't know how to play, he still said proudly, "Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly play with you." "Okay, then I'll hit it. You have to catch it." The little dragon man excitedly kicked the 7-star fruit in the direction of the crown prince. The crown prince reacted very quickly and kicked it back. The two of them kicked back and forth a few times. The crown prince's powerful mental strength was displayed, and the angle of his kick was extremely tricky. The little dragon man almost failed to catch it a few times. In the end, it transformed into the little golden dragon and barely managed to hold on. The ancient black demon race was the best at training soul power. The fruit that the crown prince kicked out contained powerful soul power, and the little golden dragon rapidly increased its soul power while playing with him. The two of them were having a good time until the crown prince accidentally kicked the fruit outside and smashed Yunjoga's jade statue. "Mother." The little golden dragon stared blankly at his mother's jade statue that was separated from her head. "Isn't it just a broken jade statue? What's so great about it?" The crown prince was habitually arrogant. However, the little golden dragon was furious. With a wave of its tail, it pounced at the crown prince. The friendship that could have developed into a friendly relationship was instantly broken. Yunjoga didn't know that her son had quarreled with the crown prince of the ancient black demon race again. She took Zishang on the Cloud Sea spirit boat that Wansha had prepared for her and flew towards the fairy forest. At this time, it was already late at night. The deep blue sky was dotted with countless stars. The clear night wind passed through the defensive barrier and gently blew on Yunjoga's face. She stood at the bow of the ship with Zishang beside her, quietly admiring the boundless and beautiful night scenery. "Do you still remember the days when we were patrolling? How glorious was that? Now, we are in such dire straits." Yunjoga sighed. At that time, when she was patrolling with the identity of the goddess, she had 7 spirit boats escorting her. Everywhere she went, tens of thousands of people worshipped her. The divine palace was a supreme existence to the races and tribes of the world. Now, she was traveling alone with Zishang. On the ship, there were only puppet servants created by the divine palace, and the guards were yellow turban warriors. Compared to the past, it was simply miserable. And this time, it was all because after the calamity descended, she sacrificed herself to mend the heavens and seal the divine palace. She lost everything for the Azure Waves continent. When she returned to the divine palace, she found that she was surrounded by a pack of wolves, and they were all eyeing the weakened divine palace covetously. She couldn't help but reflect on whether she was wrong to be so noble in the past. Zishang flew to her shoulder and put his eggshell on her face to comfort her silently. "It's okay, I just said it casually. Although I lost everything in the divine palace, at least I still have LoveLore and you by my side." Yunjoga quickly pulled herself together. As long as Zishang could recover his former strength, there was nothing to regret. "We still have to fly for one night before reaching the Demoness Forest. Let's go and have a good rest first." Yunjoga hugged Zishang in her arms and entered the house to rest. Just as Yunjoga was in a daze, the flying boat stopped abruptly as if it had hit a rock. She instantly woke up, opened the house, and walked out. She saw that the flying ship had been forced to stop, and the yellow turban warriors and puppet maids were surrounding the cabin, preparing for battle. Outside the flying ship, there was a huge green net, and around it were 2 rows of demonic spirits holding long tridents. They were beautiful, had colorful hair, and had wings on their backs. The man standing at the bow of the ship had long silver hair, a beautiful and exquisite face, and slender eyes that emitted light. It was hard to distinguish whether he was a man or a woman. He was wearing a gorgeous green cloak embroidered with all kinds of flowers and trees, showing his noble identity. "Demoness Empress, Hua Manchu. Hua Manchu, what is the meaning of you stopping my flying ship?" Yunjoga floated in the air, and a red cloak embroidered with a soaring phoenix hung down, emitting a majestic and sacred light. "Didn't you come to find me?" "I just came to greet you personally, Your Highness Goddess." Hua Manchu's voice was very pleasant, like the singing of a nightingale. "Is that so? Why do I feel like you are here to find trouble?" Yunjoga looked around at the demonic spirit warriors surrounding the flying ship. That cold golden long hair didn't seem to be here to greet her. Chapter 558. Your Highness, ever since you rejected me, my heart has shattered into countless pieces like a glass flower. It was only when I heard that you were coming to find me that it started beating again. Hua Manchu raised her slender chin and raised her hand to look at the sky. The green cloak behind her fluttered without any wind, and the shadows of flowers bloomed one after another. All that was left was to float out pink bubbles. Then let it continue to shatter. Yunjoga said expressionlessly. "You're good at everything, but you're a little out of your mind. That's why you were kicked out of the harem back then." "My dear Royal Highness, your words really hurt my heart." Hua Manchu covered his chest and said in a poetic tone, "Although you are very heartless, I still love you. I have already arranged a banquet for you in the fairy forest, and I hope that you will do me the honor of coming." After saying that, he bowed, full of sincerity. Yunjoga looked around and saw that the fairy warriors had already occupied a 5-kilometer radius. It would be very difficult to fight their way out with the cannon fire on the boat. Furthermore, she did not want to fall out with Hua Manchu. The purple deceased sword moved in Yunjoga's pocket, as if it wanted to fly out to teach Hua Manchu a lesson. Yunjoga raised her hand to stop him, then looked at Hua Manchu. "What if I don't go? Then I'll be very, very sad. Who knows, I might do something irreversible." Hua Manchu placed his hand on his chest, a worried expression on his beautiful face. The fairy warriors behind him raised their spears in unison and made threatening sounds at the spirit boat. Little Hua, I have to say, you're getting more and more disgusting. Yunjoga exhaled, pressed the purple deceased sword hard into his pocket, then said to Hua Manchu, let's go. It's my honor. Hua Manchu took off the green cloak behind him and shook it, turning it into a red flying carpet. Beautiful flowers surrounded it, and tall lantern trees rose up, dropping red lanterns the size of one's head, illuminating the flying carpet like a bridal chamber. Please. Hua Manchu took the lead and stepped on the carpet of roses. Yunjoga put away the spirit boat, then added a barrier to the purple deceased sword, then followed Hua Manchu in. The flourishing green trees formed a transparent barrier, blocking all the fairy warriors outside. Yunjoga arrived under a lantern tree and raised his hand to strike a golden imprint at Hua Manchu. The flower-shaped mark quickly burrowed into Hua Manchu's forehead. He shivered and slowly opened his eyes. A flower-shaped light flashed faintly in his pupils before disappearing. No one knew that Hua Manchu, the fairy king, was her servant who had signed a soul contract. He had entered the harem to complete the contract. It's been 2,000 years. I've finally gotten my body back. Hua Manchu's tone and expression had become sharp, a stark contrast to his previous seductive demeanor. Don't make it sound like you've been obediently staying in the seal. Yunjoga glanced at him and said, tell me, what's going on? Who sent you to capture me? No one asked me to capture you. I came here on my own. Hua Manchu waved his hand and a set of white jade tables and chairs appeared under the lantern tree. After sitting down, he waved at Yunjoga. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you don't make it clear, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Yunjoga crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Hua Manchu unkindly. You're still as bad-tempered as before. I thought you'd change a little after reincarnating twice. Hua Manchu took out a blue and white porcelain tea set and poured himself a cup of fragrant tea before saying, someone is spreading rumors that after you and Zishang gave birth to the child of life, your divine spark is unstable. As long as you're killed, you'll be able to obtain the divine spark. Now, all the major forces are eyeing you covetously. Who's spreading this rumor? Yunjoga frowned. There were many people who wanted to become gods. This rumor was too vicious. They said it's Wan Sha. Hua Manchu took a sip of tea. Impossible. Yunjoga shook his head. She had left a divine sense imprint on Wan Sha. If he dared to betray her, he would immediately turn into ashes. I know it's not him. But everyone is spreading this rumor. It should be the mastermind behind the scenes trying to sow discord between you two. Hua Manchu certainly knew that it was not Wan Sha. That guy did not have such a brain. Other than here, where else received this news? Yunjoga asked. He had to understand his situation. There are too many. Spirit race, dragon race, devil race, human race, demonic race. Hua Manchu counted with his fingers with a serious expression. Enough. Yunjoga held his head with a headache. Originally, he thought that everything would be fine after getting rid of Ao Gu. He didn't expect there to be so many troubles waiting for him. During the period when you sealed the Divine Palace and reincarnated, our Azure Wave domain was not peaceful. I suspect that a dark force wants to replace the existence of the Divine Palace. That's why they deliberately created this catastrophe. Hua Manchu said solemnly. You are saying that someone deliberately leaked the news of the Azure Wave continent to lure the ancient Black Devil race over? Yunjoga gritted his teeth. Who exactly did this? Didn't he know that this would bring about a calamity? It's very possible. Otherwise, we have been fine for thousands of years. Why would there suddenly be an omen of a catastrophe? And this omen even indicated that you have to make up for the birth of a child to avoid it. Hua Manchu raised his slender and exquisite face. This made his refined and beautiful face look a little sarcastic. Back then, he strongly opposed Yunjoga collecting male pets to give birth to a child of life. He even tried to persuade her not to seal the divine palace. Unfortunately, Yunjoga turned a deaf ear to his words. Yunjoga even felt that he was too long-winded. She sealed his main soul and let that idiot secondary soul that only knew how to eat, drink, and be the leader. However, it was also thanks to this idiot secondary soul acting crazy for 2,000 years that he successfully joined the anti-divine palace camp. Who is the mastermind behind this? Yunjoga sat in front of Hua Manchu. The divine palace had been established for 5,000 years. After she became the goddess and arrived at the Cauldron Peak, there were countless enemies. There were too many who wanted to replace the divine palace, but there were only a few who had the ability. I don't know. But we can use the elimination method first. First, our demonic race is not. Hua Manchu put down his teacup and poured a cup of spirit tea for Yunjoga. The demon race isn't either. They don't have such a brain. Wan Sha said that when he went back to be the patriarch, he didn't find any particularly awesome or rebellious demon race. Yunjoga picked up the cup and took a sip. Those muscular fellows of the demon race are only interested in fighting and killing. It shouldn't be them. Hua Manchu nodded. The demon race wouldn't want to replace the divine palace. They would only rack their brains to build the demon palace. The dragon race can also be eliminated. They only like treasures and have no interest in ruling the continent. Yunjoga thought of her child. Since birth, Dragon Ball had displayed a miserly and greedy personality. Every day, it would think about how to sleep in the treasure. It was too difficult to think of replacing the divine palace to rule the continent. Chapter 559. That leaves the Spirit Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Human Clan. Ever since Yuling committed suicide, the Spirit Clan is in chaos. The Demon Clan is also without a leader. The Human Clan is fighting each other every day. Hua Manlu sighed. Although they had narrowed the scope to this extent, it was still very difficult to investigate. Yuling was tricked by the ancient demon race. Yunjoga felt bad thinking about Yuling, who had been tricked to death. She had been to the spirit race once. It was indeed a mess. There hadn't been any good seedlings in 2,000 years. Yuling's sister, Yuqing was from the royal family of the spirit race, but her talent was very poor. Plus, her sister had violated the spirit race's ancestral teachings and committed suicide, so the people looked down on her. She had no choice but to bring Yuqing back to the palace and let her take care of the little dragon man. As for the monster race, they had always been led by the dragon race. Once Zishang recovered his strength, he could subdue them. The only thing she found strange was the human race. Fan Yin's cultivation was high and she had always been responsible for the world. Why couldn't she settle the world? Right, I heard you and Zishang had the Son of Life. Is that true? Hua Manchu raised his eyebrows and started gossiping. Yes, our son's nickname is Long. He is a very healthy little golden dragon. Yunjoga's expression and tone became gentle when she talked about her son. So you're sure it's Zishang now? Hua Manchu asked. Of course. Yunjoga nodded with certainty. Good, I said you two were a match made in heaven. You really gave birth to the Son of Life. Hua Manchu couldn't help but clap. He was really happy for Zishang. In his eyes, only his cousin Zishang was good enough for Yunjoga. I've been hiding this information very well. Only I, Wan Sha, and Qing or no. How could it be leaked? Yunjoga felt strange. Wan Sha and Qing had her divine sense imprint. If they broke the rules, she would know immediately. She had set many restrictions on the palace. Even a message glyph couldn't fly out. Little Baby and the others were her spirit pets. They were locked up in Thousand Flower Spirit Garden every day. Didn't you say that ancient demon ogre was defeated by the crown prince in the primal chaos mystic realm? Could it have been there that the news was leaked? It's possible. Yunjoga recalled the eyeball he had given to Wan Sha. No, she had already thrown that fellow into the demonic tripod and sealed it before the little dragon man was born. Forget it, stop guessing. If it was so easy to guess, you wouldn't have suffered so miserably before. But since we've locked onto the range, we can beat it at its own game and lure it out. Hua Manchu whispered into Yunjoga's ear. He had come to kidnap Yunjoga with a plan in mind. Are you sure you want to do this? Yunjoga looked at Hua Manchu suspiciously. Of course. Since everyone is saying that you have the Scion of Life, as long as we destroy this rumor, we will definitely be able to find the mastermind. Hua Manchu was very confident in his plan. But there's no need for me to marry you. Yunjoga frowned. She and Zishang had yet to formally go through the wedding ceremony. This is just a fake marriage. I believe my cousin will agree after hearing it. Hua Manchu still felt wronged. He had lived for thousands of years and had never found a partner. Then you can ask him yourself. Yunjoga took Zishang out of her pocket. What is this? Hua Manchu stared blankly at the white egg in front of him. This is your cousin, the demonic emperor of the dragon clan, Zishang. As soon as Yunjoga finished speaking, Zishang flew up and fiercely flew towards Hua Manchu's head. Cousin, I know you miss me, but you don't have to be so excited. Hua Manchu touched his head and felt a huge bump. As expected of his cousin. Only a dragon egg would have such a hard shell. Zishang, Hua Manchu wants to marry me and then destroy the rumor of the Scion of Life to find the mastermind. Do you agree? Yunjoga asked Zishang. Whoosh! Zishang flew up angrily and bumped into Hua Manchu's head. You saw it. Your cousin said he doesn't agree. Yunjoga shrugged. As long as Zishang was jealous, there was nothing she could do. Cousin, listen to me. Hua Manchu covered his head and moved 5 meters away from Zishang before saying, this is just a temporary measure. It is impossible for me to marry Lady Goddess. This is all an act. Zishang clearly couldn't accept the act either. He flew over and bumped into him again. All right, Zishang. Your cousin is just being kind. Yunjoga grabbed Zishang, who had lost control of himself, and pulled him into her embrace. Then she said to Hua Manchu, a fake marriage is fine. But you have to pay 100 bottles of flower spirit water and 10 flower spirit pearls. Let Zishang come out before the ceremony and let him replace you. Do I have to pay for my help? Hua Manchu felt wronged. He was able to be Zishang's cousin because he had the bloodline of the dragon clan. It was his instinct to be stingy. Of course I won't let you work for free. These 5 7-star fruits are the deposit. After this is done, I will give you 15 more as compensation. Yunjoga took out the 7-star fruits from his storage bag. Deal. Hua Manchu's eyes lit up as he looked at the 7-star fruits. He immediately agreed. Let's go and give your cousin a bath now. Yunjoga said. Hua Manchu quickly laid down the formation. He poured out 100 bottles of flower spirit water and 10 flower spirit pearls before putting Zishang in. There is still an hour before we reach the flower spirit forest. Do you want to rest first? Hua Manchu asked Yunjoga. No need. The earlier we finish, the earlier we can go back. Yunjoga was very worried about the God Palace. If her son woke up and couldn't see her, it would be terrible. I will have the messenger send out the invitations now. Hua Manchu took away the races that were already cleared of suspicion. In the end, he only sent invitations to the spirit race, the Yao race, and the human race. I also need to write a letter to the God Palace in case they think I was kidnapped. Yunjoga wrote a simple letter to Wan Sha, telling him to close the God Palace and not care about anything else. The invitations were sent out as quickly as possible. The races that received the invitations were all incomparably shocked. No one thought that the Lady Goddess would come out of seclusion for a year to marry the Yao King Hua Manchu. The reason was to obtain the Son of Life. In the Yao tribe, the white-haired Yao elders called for an emergency meeting to discuss the truth of the matter. Didn't the Lady Goddess and Emperor Zishang successfully give birth to the Son of Life? Where did this Yao King come from? Who knows? Maybe the rumors were false. If the Son of Life was so easy to give birth to, the Lady Goddess wouldn't have used her body to mend the heavens and reincarnate. She even closed the God Palace. Even so, there is no need to find Hua Manchu. What else can he do besides eat, drink, and play? Exactly. How could he do something that even Emperor Zishang couldn't do? Yes, there is no point in talking about it now. No matter what, the Lady Goddess's marriage is a big event. We must be there to congratulate her. I hope the Lady Goddess doesn't come down. That way, the Yao race will still have a chance. The same conversation spread among the various races. Everyone said they would be there to support and then wait to see Hua Manchu get thrown away by the Lady Goddess. Chapter 560. In the vast and boundless Demonis forest, the Flower Soul Sea at the very center was Hua Manchu's private territory. This place was filled with tall serpentine trees, and at this moment, all kinds of red spirit flowers were blooming. Even butterflies were draped in red silk, flying through the trees filled with fine wine. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. In the depths of the Flower Soul Sea, there was a stone cave that was Hua Manchu's cave abode. Countless barriers were set up inside and outside to prevent guests from accidentally entering. Yunjoga was wearing a gorgeous red robe with phoenix wings spread. She was lying in the cave abode's spirit pool, chatting with the purple deceased sword. Do you think anyone will fall for it? Yunjoga stirred the spirit water and poured it on the purple deceased sword's eggshell. The purple deceased sword shook the white eggshell, indicating that it did not know. There are only 4 hours until the wedding. It looks like you won't be able to make it in time. Yunjoga crushed a flower spirit pearl and rubbed it evenly on the purple deceased sword's eggshell. The eggshell emitted a faint pink light, and the flower spirit pearl was quickly absorbed. Just as Yunjoga was concentrating on rubbing the purple deceased sword, a faint sound came from the cave abode's entrance. Someone had come in. Yunjoga withdrew her hand and looked at the entrance cautiously. She saw a green vine come in through the entrance, wobbling in front of her. Yunjoga's heart skipped a beat. He put on a reprimanding face and said, "Tell Hua Manchu that even if he uses the Shen Palace to threaten me, I will not agree to marry him. Tell him to give up. Your Highness, you were really forced by him." The green vine started to grow a pink peach blossom, and a familiar voice came from within. "Human-faced Peach King, why is it you?" Yunjoga stood up in surprise. The small peach blossom quickly formed a peach, revealing the human-faced Peach King's handsome face. "Your Highness, I'm here to save you. Are you all right? How did you know that I was captured?" Yunjoga's face was filled with confusion. She had thought that it would be one of the main suspects who would come to save her. Everyone says that Hua Manchu is extravagant and has no redeeming qualities. Unless he has something that can be used against you, there is no way you would marry him, the human-faced Peach King said anxiously. Yunjoga really didn't know what to say to the person who had sealed the Tree of Soul imprints and ruined his reputation. Miss Yun, I spent a lot of effort to sneak in. Please come with me. The green vine rose into the air and transformed into the human-faced Peach King. I'm very touched that you came to save me, but this is between me and Hua Manchu. You shouldn't have interfered. Yunjoga turned around and sat back down in the pool, his hand subconsciously stirring the water. Zishang had already sunk to the bottom of the pool when the green vines appeared. Your Highness, I don't know what Hua Manchu is threatening you with, but even I know that with his strength, it is impossible for him to affect the foundation of Divine Palace. He must be lying to you, the human-faced Peach King said anxiously. You have just arrived at the deep sea realm and don't know anything. Yunjoga turned his head to look at the human-faced Peach King. He was wondering if the human-faced Peach King had run over on his own, or if he had been instigated by someone else. I know. Lady Fanine told me a lot, the human-faced Peach King said hurriedly. What did Fanine tell you? Yunjoga frowned. He told me that you are the greatest goddess in the world, and that you are willing to sacrifice yourself to save the common people. He also said that the people of the deep sea realm are eyeing you covetously, and he told me to protect you. The human-faced Peach King's expression was impassioned, and he was bragging even more than the emissary of Divine Palace. Yunjoga expressionlessly pulled on the wind bellflower in the corner. Hua Manchu, who was guarding outside, immediately rushed in with the warriors and pressed the human-faced Peach King to the ground. Stinking brat, I only accepted you into the clan because of your Sanskrit chant. I never thought that you would betray me. Men, lock him up in the dungeon. Hua Manchu was filled with righteous indignation. Hua Manchu, you actually dare to threaten Lady Goddess to marry you. You will not have a good ending. The human-faced Peach King struggled with all his might, but in the end, he was still tied up and dragged away by the demon warriors. After everyone left, Hua Manchu withdrew his arrogant and despotic expression. He looked at Yunjoga helplessly and said, after keeping watch for an entire night, I only caught this stupid peach. How are the guests outside? Are there any strange movements? Yunjoga sighed. All of them are shouting that they want to beat me to death. Hua Manchu shrugged. But before they could confirm Yunjoga's true intentions, no one dared to make a move against him. Yunjoga sat back down beside the pool. Looking at the purple deceased sword that had appeared again, he thought for a moment and said, send a message. Tell them that after I marry you, I will give the position of Divine Palace Master to you. Is there a need to play so big? Hua Manchu's scalp went numb. Marriage was already going too far, and now he wanted to be the Divine Palace Master. Wasn't this putting him on a fire? If you don't sacrifice the child, you won't be able to catch the wolf. If they want to replace Divine Palace, they definitely won't stand by and watch as Divine Palace and the Fae unite. Right now, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Only by stirring up this mess would he be able to force the mastermind to surface. Do I really have to do this? Hua Manchu struggled. Really? Yunjoga was absolutely certain. All right. Wait until I strengthen the defenses, then I'll announce this stupid decision. Hua Manchu helplessly turned around. Signing a master-servant contract with Yunjoga was definitely the stupidest thing he had ever done in his life. But who told him to ask Yunjoga for help in the past? No matter how much of a scam he was going to make, he had no choice but to go down. Purple Deceased Sword, do you think Fanine is behind this? Yunjoga asked in a low voice as he fished out the Purple Deceased Sword from the water. He didn't want it to be Fanine. If even he became the villain, then the world would truly fall into chaos. Purple Deceased's sword flew up and placed itself on Yunjoga's face to comfort him. Then, it flew back into the pool and began to vigorously absorb spiritual power. He didn't want to be trapped in this eggshell. He had to immediately go out and help Yunjoga. You can do it. I'm going out to help Hua Manchu stabilize the situation. Yunjoga picked up the phoenix coronet and placed it on his head. Then, he tidied up his robes and left the room. After the guests outside saw that Hua Manchu had increased the level of the barrier, they were complaining unhappily. Hua Manchu, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to catch us all in one go? That's right. They said they were going to get married, but Lady Goddess hasn't come out yet. Don't tell me you've locked her up. Hurry up and let Lady Goddess out. If we don't hear Lady Goddess's promise today, don't blame us for tearing down your demoness forest. Everyone was making a ruckus, but Hua Manchu was calm. When he saw Yunjoga walking out of the cave abode, he flew to her side for a final confirmation. You really want to give the god palace to me? I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Yunjoga glanced at Hua Manchu. Even if she announced in front of everyone that the god palace had changed owners, she only had the master god token in her hands. She could take it back at any time. Chapter 561. I just want you to take it back as soon as possible. Hua Manchu exhaled deeply. He wasn't interested in ruling the continent. He just hoped that these trivial matters would end soon so his sub-soul could return to its days of eating, drinking, and playing. Let's go. Yunjoga raised her slender hand with a frosty expression. Her wide sleeves hung down, and the golden threads glowed faintly like swimming fishes. Hua Manchu gently held Yunjoga's finger as they appeared side by side above the fairy forest. Lady Goddess. The guests cheered when they saw Yunjoga. Yunjoga raised her hand, and the golden spiritual energy scattered around, bringing with it the unique pressure of a god. Everyone immediately quieted down respectfully. In their hearts, they thought that the rumors they had heard before were definitely fake. They said that the Lady Goddess Godhead was unstable. Wasn't that just awesome? Yunjoga waited for everyone to quiet down before announcing her decision. She gave the divine palace to Hua Manchu. The guests were shocked at first, but then they started to talk like the tide. If Hua Manchu wasn't standing next to Yunjoga, he would have been killed by the angry crowd. Your Highness, how about I go back to the divine palace with you tomorrow? Hua Manchu looked at the angry crowd. He felt his scalp go numb, and a chill ran down his spine. If you go back with me, how are you going to lure those killers out? Yunjoga said expressionlessly. I will really die if I stay here. Hua Manchu's bitterness was about to overflow. You've been free for 2,000 years. Now it's time for you to show off. Yunjoga glanced at Hua Manchu. Before she reincarnated, she purposely took Hua Manchu out so that he could save his energy and fight for her. Your Highness, I have to be alive to do that. Hua Manchu's face was bitter. He sighed and said that it wasn't easy to be a servant. If he had reincarnated with her, he wouldn't have had to face this annoying side. Add 10 more 7-star fruits, Yunjoga said to Hua Manchu. 15. Hua Manchu immediately added. Take it or leave it. Yunjoga wasn't going to back down. Deal. Hua Manchu was revived. He put on a fake expression and landed on the ground. He started to greet the guests. Yunjoga saw that Hua Manchu had handled the situation well, so he returned to Yunjoga's cave abode. Unexpectedly, when he entered, he saw that there were only 2 pieces of eggshell left in the pool. It was empty inside. Violet decease. Yunjoga's soul almost flew out of his body. She hurriedly pinched her fingers to deduce Zishang's whereabouts, and discovered that he was in the Flower Soul Sea's Misty Shadow Valley, and immediately chased after him. In Misty Shadow Valley, a small black dragon as thick as an arm was hiding motionlessly in the mud. Around him were countless shadowy assassins who were conducting a carpet search. Great Emperor Zishang, our master is sincerely inviting you to be a guest. Please do me the honor and come with me. Don't hide, we've already seen you. If you obediently give in, we can still politely invite you over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Don't you want to know who is looking for you? An ethereal voice rang out in Misty Shadow Valley, as if there were several people trying to persuade Zishang at the same time. However, Zishang knew very well that these were merely illusions that wanted to lure him out. Haha, found you. A pair of large footprints appeared in front of Zishang. The boulder above his head was flipped over, and he appeared in front of the black figure after losing his shield. This black figure only had a blurry humanoid shape, and its facial features could not be seen clearly. It was obvious that it was a puppet. TSK. Look what I've found. Is this still the valiant and extraordinary great Emperor Zishang? Why has he become a pitiful black loach? The black shadow let out a carefree laugh, and then it raised its leg to stomp down at Zishang. Zishang, who was originally motionless, suddenly moved, and brushed past the black figure's face. His tiny dragon claws grabbed onto something. Damn it! The black figure flew into a rage, and countless black lights flashed out, forming a giant net that enveloped Zishang's head. Zishang's figure flashed again and again. Although he avoided the giant net's attack, he was accidentally hit in the chest by a black figure, and fell to the ground. Little Loach, be obedient and come with us. The black shadow puppet stretched out its large claws to grab Zishang, but it was pierced by a golden ray of light. Yunjioge finally arrived. Seeing that Zishang had been attacked, he angrily summoned thunderfire needles. Countless golden lights pierced through the black shadow puppet, burning it to pieces. The moment the puppet leader saw Yunjioge appear, it spontaneously combusted and died. Zishang, are you alright? Yunjioge went forward to pick Zishang up. I'm fine. Zishang shook his head, flew up to Yunjioge, and showed her the thing on his claws. It was a black talisman with red runes on it. What is this? Yunjioge asked, puzzled. I clawed this off the black figure's face. Zishang created a barrier, sealing the thing, and prepared to study it when he returned. How did they get in? Compared to the talisman, Yunjioge was more concerned about Zishang's situation. I don't know. I was resting in the pool when the barrier suddenly split open, and those black figures crawled in. Zishang was very depressed. If he had recuperated properly, he would only need a week to return to peak condition. He hadn't expected to be forced to break out of his shell prematurely. Now, his dragon body was smaller than his son's. How embarrassing. As long as you're fine. Yunjioge reached out to touch Zishang's head. Seeing the frustration on his face, he couldn't help comforting him. It's fine. You're very cute like this. Longhar will be very happy to see you. That's not good at all. Zishang's face darkened. He wouldn't let his son see him in such an embarrassing state even if he was beaten to death. Yunjioge held back his laughter and tried to maintain a normal expression. Let's go back. Perhaps you could grow a little more in the pool. Let's go. Zishang flicked his tail and quickly returned to Hua Manchu's cave abode. The white eggshell was still soaking in the spiritual pool and the spiritual flower pearl. Zishang jumped into the water and gnawed on the two halves of the eggshell. Then, he swallowed the rest of the spiritual flower pearl and spiritual water. His stomach had grown bigger, and he was paralyzed at the bottom of the pool, unable to move. I'll get Hua Manchu to give you some later. Why do you have to work so hard? Yun Jioge reached out to poke Zi Shang's bulging belly. Don't move. Zi Shang slapped away Yun Jioge's finger in disdain. He was too full. If he poked him again, the water would spurt out. Do you plan to lie here like a corpse forever? Yun Jioge leaned against the side of the pool and looked at Zi Shang. Zi Shang's current body was only as thick as an adult's arm. His purplish-black scales shone, and the horns on his head only had 2 small horns. Of course not. Call Hua Manchu over. Let him see who made this talisman. Zi Shang stood up from the bottom of the pool. He had to catch the mastermind and avenge his wife and son. Chapter 562. Yun Jioge shook the wind bell flower in the cave abode, and the tinkling sound spread out. Not long after, Hua Manchu came back drunk, and his body smelled of alcohol. It seemed like he had drunk a lot at the banquet. What happened? Ha! Zi Shang, why did you come out early? Hua Manchu's drunken eyes landed on Zi Shang, and he immediately sobered up. Someone broke into the barrier and attacked me. Zi Shang put his claws on the edge of the pool, and his dragon face was very unhappy. Who was it? Why didn't I sense anything? Hua Manchu was shocked. Although he had been drinking, he didn't let his guard down, and he didn't sense anything. Someone who is very good at controlling the shadows. Zi Shang took out the black talisman he had just grabbed and asked, "Have you seen this talisman before?" Hua Manchu took it and looked at it carefully. He put it under his nose and smelled it, and then said, "It smells like human blood. It should be something made by the human race." Human race, did Fan Yin come today? Yun Jioge asked. Fan Yin. Didn't he swear that he wouldn't come if the human race wasn't unjust and hell wasn't empty? Hua Manchu revealed a mocking smile. He didn't have a good impression of this guy who liked to sacrifice himself for others. I suspect that the mastermind is related to him, Yun Jioge said in a deep voice. No way, he doesn't even want to stay in Songlan domain. Why would he want to replace God Palace? Hua Manchu was surprised. Fan Yin was an anomaly in Songlan domain. Although he had a high cultivation, he was always compassionate. In the end, he destroyed his own cultivation to enter the lower domain. The lower domain was a mess, and there was a lack of spirit power. They would only go there to suffer when they were punished or wanted to reincarnate. There were very few people like Fan Yin who wanted to save the world. I also feel that it is impossible, but I can't think of anyone else besides him. After I received the omen of the calamity, I asked him. Not long after, he said that the Sun of Life is the key to saving the world. Yun Jioge recalled the past and realized that although Fan Yin didn't explicitly say his opinion, he gave her a lot of hints. Let's go find him and ask. Zi Shang flew to Yun Jioge angrily. If it was really Fan Yin, he would eat him alive. Are we going now? Yun Jioge frowned. He still didn't make any preparations to head to the lower realms. Definitely not now. You just announced that you will give me the Divine Palace. If you go to the lower realms now, what will those guys think? Kanglin will immediately fall into chaos. Hua Manchu hurriedly stopped him. The people outside did not eat him alive because of Yun Jioge. If Yun Jioge went to the lower realm, his fairy forest might be burned down by the angry guests. Little Flower is right. We don't have any concrete evidence. There is no point in finding him. Why don't we go back to God Palace first? If they want to cause trouble, they will attack me again, Zi Shang said. No, if they want to prove that your godhood is unstable, all they have to do is capture the Sun of Life. Hua Manchu turned pale with fright when he said that. Not good. Those fellows are able to silently tear through my barrier. Your divine palace will also be in danger. Hurry up and go back. Dragon Son. Dragon Son. Yunjoga's limbs went soft at the thought of his son in danger. She was afraid that her son would hurt himself, so she sealed his spatial powers. Before we left, she gave him 3 days of peace. He can't even resist now. Don't worry. Our divine palace's barrier isn't that easy to break. It's too late to go back now. Zishang used his claw to press down on Yunjoga's shoulder. Then he said to Hua Manchu, "Little flower, we're going back now. I'll leave this place to you. Be careful. Don't worry. As long as I stay here, no one will cause trouble for me." Hua Manchu had been in Fairy Forest for more than 2,000 years. He didn't just eat and drink. There were many hidden restrictions in the forest. Okay. Zishang didn't say anything else. He pulled Yunjoga through a secret passage and left Fairy Forest. They didn't dare take the spirit boat. They used their energies to fly to God Palace. God Palace, Golden Dragon Palace. A large black shadow covered in blood emerged from the ground. It used its fastest speed to control all the servant puppets and guards. Qing had just fed the sleeping little dragon man some spirit milk. When she got up and was about to wash the cups, she sensed the change in the spirit qi in the palace. She took out a green immortal sword and shot several sword lights at the weakest part of the spirit qi. The black shadow was forced to appear. It turned into a ferocious monster and pounced at Qing-er. Qing-er wanted to dodge but found that she couldn't move. She looked down and found that the black shadow was sticking to her feet. Seeing that the black monster was about to pounce on her, Qing-er ignored it. Instead, she used all her strength to pierce through the roof with her immortal sword. The alarm sounded throughout the God Palace. Qing-er was covered in blood as she slowly fell to the ground. Damn it! An annoyed voice sounded. It sacrificed 10 1,000-year-old spirit beasts to sneak into the God Palace, but it was ruined by this spirit woman. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring the Sun of Life out. Another sharp voice sounded. The longer they delayed, the less chance they had to escape. The 2 black shadow monsters pounced at the little dragon man on the bed. At this moment, the little dragon man was still in a dream. After playing with the crown prince, the 2 of them sat on the left and right sides of the garden and stared at each other cross-eyed. Someone wants to catch you. Aren't you going to dodge? The crown prince felt the hostility from the 2 black shadow monsters. As the only heir of the ancient Black Demon clan, he had been chaste since he was born. He was very sensitive to murderous aura and evil intentions. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my bedroom. Who dares to come in and catch me? The little dragon man said with disdain. Stupid dragon, you can die, but don't drag me down. The crown prince was still in the little dragon man's dream. If something happened to the little dragon man, he would also be affected. He decisively kicked the little dragon man away. Then, he instantly controlled the little dragon man's body and teleported away from the golden bed. The 2 shadowy monsters pounced on the bed, but they missed their target. Where did that little bastard go? The tall shadow monster looked at the empty bed in confusion. It had clearly seen the dragon cub sleeping on it just now. There. Be careful. That little bastard can teleport. The shorter black shadow monster instantly discovered the little dragon man hiding under the eaves. Your power of space is too weak. The crown prince didn't expect the little dragon man to be so weak. When Ogre died, he sent a video back. This rare divine golden dragon was very powerful, but it could only teleport such a short distance. Chapter 563. Mother said I'm still young and can't use my power. Why are you using my body? Get out now. The little dragon stomped its feet in anger. It wanted to take back its body, but it couldn't find a way to wake up. You've been given 3 days of peace, and the connection between your soul and body has been cut off. Have a good rest. Leave these 2 small fries to me. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with interest. Ever since his father sent him to the deep-sea demon palace, there had been no more assassins to kill him. It was extremely boring. I don't want to rest. I want to beat up the bad guys. Let me out. The little dragon man screamed in its dream. The Crown Prince automatically blocked out the little dragon man's noise and squinted to observe the 2 shadow monsters. Where did this damn guy go again? The tall one had a bad temper and was strong. He was a thug. He's here. The short shadow was the intelligent type. He was meticulous and once again discovered his hiding spot. The Crown Prince had an idea when he saw the 2 specialties. He released a thick black fog from his hands, covering the entire Golden Dragon Palace and the 2 shadow monsters. What's going on? Is someone playing dirty with us? The short shadow monster was shocked at first, then it was pleasantly surprised. They cultivated dark demon power, and darkness was the best for them. However, he only felt happy for a minute before he realized something was wrong. The darkness was a little weird. It could actually devour their dark demon power. How dare a nobody compete with me in darkness? The Crown Prince sneered. The ancient Black Demon clan was the ancestor of dark demon power, and he happened to be the emperor. The Crown Prince waved his hand, and 2 beams of black light covered the 2 shadow monsters. The tall shadow monster was facing a black mouse. It could only escape if it found the black mouse. The short shadow monster was facing a big black elephant. It could only escape if it killed the big black elephant. Have fun. The Crown Prince smiled and returned to the little dragon man's dream. The little dragon man was lying on the ground. It realized that the 2 monsters were quite powerful, and it couldn't deal with them at all. It immediately realized that it had misunderstood the Crown Prince. It was a good kid that would correct its mistakes. It immediately apologized to the Crown Prince with its round face. Thank you for saving you. It's nothing. The Crown Prince was quite happy, but he still pretended that it was nothing. After this stop, the little dragon man mentioned the Crown Prince as a good friend and asked dejectedly, "Why did Mother secretly feed me 3 days of peace? Is it because it's not obedient and makes her annoyed? What's so strange about that?" "I've been eating 3-day peace since I was born," the Crown Prince said indifferently. Shang, who was hiding in Yunjoga's pocket, couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "I know. There must be something strange about this. We will know when we ask him later." Yunjoga continued to walk towards the Golden Dragon Palace. The resplendent bedchamber was not affected by the fight just now. The little dragon man was sleeping sweetly on the golden bed. Everything was no different from when Yunjoga left. "Baby, wake up." Yunjoga dripped the antidote for 3 days peace golden honey into the little dragon man's mouth. The little dragon man smacked its lips and slowly opened its eyes. "Mother." The little dragon man rubbed its eyes and yawned loudly. "Wan Sha said that 2 assassins barged into your sleeping palace just now. Do you know what happened?" Yunjoga went straight to the point. "Oh yes, where are those 2 bad guys? They injured Sister Qing. I want to beat them to death." The little dragon man waved its little fist and shouted. Did you catch those two bad guys? Yunjoga grabbed the little fish that the little dragon man was smashing in his palm and checked the seal in its body. The seal was still there, and the power of space that the little dragon man smashed was still being sealed. Then how did he trap those two black shadow monsters? No, it was Blackhorn who helped me defeat them, replied the little dragon man honestly. Little Blackhorn. What is that? Yunjoga was confused. There was nothing called Little Blackhorn in this Golden Dragon Palace. Little Blackhorn is not a thing. He is my friend. He is the bad guy with black horns on his head that I told you about previously. You told me that you wanted to be friends with him. The little dragon man's tone was urgent and incoherent. Yunjoga was confused. Chapter 564. Where did you get to know this Black Jiao Jiao? Yunjoga tried to sort things out. In my dream. Little Dragon Man blinked and said innocently. How did he enter your dream? Yunjoga frowned. She knew that some almighties could enter other people's divine sense dream. However, there were countless calming and exorcism arrays set up in the Golden Dragon Palace. Who else could enter my son's divine sense dreams so easily? I don't know. In any case, I would meet him in my dreams every time. In the beginning, we were always fighting, but later on, we became good friends. He was the one who defeated those two bad guys. The little dragon man had a proud expression on its face. It was proud of its friend for being so awesome. Yunjoga immediately realized that the dark boundary was made by my son's friend, Black Jiao Jiao. Her son told her everything about Black Jiao Jiao after she asked indirectly. Yunjoga was a little surprised when she found out that Black Jiao Jiao was only a 12-year-old kid. However, on second thought, no one could have such a good time with my son other than a kid. Tell our son that we would like to meet this friend of his if we have the chance. Ask him to invite him to our divine palace as a guest. Zishang's voice traveled into Yunjoga's ears. Yunjoga felt that this was an excellent idea and immediately suggested it to my son. Then wait for a moment. Little Dragon Man immediately lay down and fell asleep instantly. The dream was still in the Myriad Flower Spirit Garden. As the Crown Prince had just taken control of Little Dragon Man's body, he still had a trace of consciousness left in his dream. Black Jiao Jiao, my mother wants to invite you to our house for a meal. Little Dragon Man straightforwardly told his parents' request. Sorry, I can't go. I live too far away from you. The Crown Prince shook his head. Ogre was killed, and they hadn't found the new passageway key. Alright, I will tell them. Little Dragon Man nodded and woke up from his dream. Then, he said to his mother, Black Jiao Jiao said he can't come because he lives too far away from us. Is that so? That's such a pity. Yunjoga instinctively felt that Black Jiao Jiao wasn't simple, but she didn't dare to push him too hard in case it caused a misunderstanding. Mother, I want to visit father and then look for Xiao Mei and the rest to play. The little dragon man turned over and got off the bed. After lying down for 3 days, he felt that his neck was hurting. Don't let him find me. Zishang was anxious. His great image as a father could not be destroyed. Baby, your father is currently in closed-door training. He will be able to come out and see us in a few days, so you should go and play with the little baby first. Yunjoga lowered his head and kissed his son. All right. However, I want to go see big sister Qing first. The little dragon man picked up a pink crystal on the table and said, I'll give this to her. She'll definitely recover very quickly after seeing it. Go, she will be very happy to see you. Yunjoga rubbed Qing furry little head and asked the 1,000 Kills sect to escort him to Qing room. After the little dragon man left, Yunjoga's smiling face immediately darkened, and he said to Wan Sha, "Where are the two assassins locked up?" "I'm locked in the light prison." Wan Sha brought Yunjoga to the Divine Palace's dungeon. The Divine Palace's dungeon was divided into 3 parts: dark prison, light prison, and water prison. They were used to deal with different races. The 2 black shadow monsters cultivated the power of dark magic, so the light prison was definitely a torture to them. The light prison was embedded with 5 huge crystal mirrors. Holy white light was refracted by the mirrors and shone in every corner of the room, ensuring that there were no shadows. Yunjoga walked into the light prison and saw 2 black balls that were nailed in a corner and shivering. Are these the 2 things that broke into the Divine Palace? Yunjoga looked at the 2 balls of light that were so weak that they were about to disappear. That's right, it's them. They wanted to commit suicide, but I nailed them with the soul-locking needles. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to leave them for Yunjoga to see, he would have turned them into ashes long ago. Who sent you? Yunjoga's fingers moved slightly, and 2 rays of white light that were filled with a holy aura landed on them. Roar! Roar! 2 shrill cries sounded from the black balls, accompanied by the smell of burning. Not talking. Yunjoga drew a few more rays of holy light and burned the 2 black balls black. Unfortunately, apart from the cries, he didn't get anything. It seems like they are under a restriction that prevents them from revealing the truth. Wan Sha shook his head. He had already interrogated them once, but he didn't get anything. Then there is no point in keeping them. Yunjoga opened his hands, and the grayish-white devouring silk flew out and devoured the 2 black balls cleanly. How is it? Did you get any information? Wan Sha asked. They used the blood demon flower to break the barrier restriction to enter the Divine Palace. Yunjoga's expression wasn't too good. The blood demon flower was a type of extremely vicious devil domain life form. It grew by gathering the resentment of heaven and earth. After it was born, it would devour many thousand-year-old spirit beasts. During that period of time, all the high-tier spirit beasts in the Azure Wave realm were in a state of panic. Eventually, she had to personally capture this evil creature. Didn't you destroy the blood demon flower? Why are there still people using it? Wan Sha also had designs on the blood demon flower, but before he could find it, it was already destroyed by Yunjoga. Maybe I missed a few back then. Yunjoga lowered her eyes and kept the moon spirit silk. Impossible. I searched the entire devil domain a few times, but I didn't even find a single flower bud. Wan Sha shook his head. After he returned to the devil race, he organized a search team and confirmed that there were no more blood demon flowers. Let's put this matter aside for now. Send someone to search carefully and find out where they cast the spell. Then, mend the barrier. Yunjoga instructed. The barrier created by the blood demon flower was very long-lasting. If they didn't mend it in time, someone else would sneak in again. I will send someone to do it now. Wan Sha nodded and turned to leave the light prison. Yunjoga was the only one left in the light prison. Zishang sneakily popped his head out from her pocket and whispered, I remember that you gave the blood demon flowers to Fan Yin to destroy. That's right. Because only his purple serene 9-yang true fire can completely destroy the blood demon flowers. Yunjoga was in a terrible mood. Anyone who found out that they were betrayed by their friend wouldn't feel good. It seems like we have a sufficient reason to look for him. Zishang also wanted to know why Fan Yin broke the promise and betrayed her friend. Let's find out about Long Er's mysterious friend first. Yunjoga let out a breath. She didn't want her son to make a bad friend and be led astray. Then I will go and rest first. Tonight, we will meet his friend together. Zishang retracted his head and closed his eyes to rest. He was trying his best to digest the flower spirit pearl and flower spirit water that he swallowed today. Chapter 565. After Yunjoga left the dungeon, he went to Yuqing's room. Her room was beside the Golden Dragon Palace. It was built entirely with white jade spiritual wood, and there was a small spirit vein buried underneath. It was very beneficial for spirit race's cultivation. Your Highness. Qing was lying on the white jade ice bed, covered by an ice soul silk blanket. When she saw Yunjoga, she wanted to get up and greet him. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Lie down. Yunjoga gently pressed Qing back onto the bed. Your Highness, it's my fault for being useless. I couldn't stop those two assassins. Qing had a guilty expression. She was known for her poor aptitude in the spirit race. She was favored by the goddess to take care of the little prince, but she couldn't even stop an assassin. She was really useless. What nonsense are you talking about? If not for your timely warning, Wan Sha wouldn't have been able to catch those two assassins. Yunjoga put a pillow on Qing's back and carefully checked her injuries. Although Wan Sha had already given her the best spirit medicine in the palace, the wound on her abdomen was still losing blood. One could imagine how serious her injuries were. Your Highness, don't comfort me. If my sister was here, she would definitely be able to take down those two assassins. Thinking of her sister, Yuqing's pretty face revealed a sad expression. Her sister was the most outstanding spiritualist of the spirit race in thousands of years, and also the most undisputed clan leader. In the end, she used the most hated method of the spirit race to commit suicide, causing the Yu family's reputation to plummet. Now, she only hoped to rebuild the family's reputation. You are you, and she is her. Don't always compare yourself with her. Just do your own thing. Yunjoga knew that many things were easier said than done, so he changed the topic. Little dragon came to see you. Yes, the little prince gave it to me. Yuqing looked at the pink crystal at the head of the bed. She had taken care of the little dragon man for so long and knew how stingy it was when it loves treasures. It was really rare to get such a pink crystal. Rest well. Little dragon still needs your care. Keep these two spirit fruits and eat them after you recover. Yunjoga took out two ripened 7-star fruits and placed them beside the pink crystal. These spirit fruits were also very beneficial to the spirit race. Thank you, Your Highness. I will work hard to recover. Yuqing also wanted to return to the Golden Dragon Palace. Qing has your sister met with Fan Yin after returning to the spirit race? Yunjoga asked. Sanskrit sound. I'm not too sure about that, but Big Sister seems to have used the universe mirror to investigate the situation in the lower realms, replied Yuqing. Think about it carefully. What did your older sister see in the lower realms? Was there anything related to the sound of Brahma? Yunjoga asked. Big Sister checked the 100,000 mountain range in the lower realm. As for Sanskrit sound, Yuqing racked her brains and finally remembered something. The universe mirror that Big Sister used was given by Sanskrit sound. The universe mirror wasn't considered a valuable item in the Azure Wave domain, but she remembered that her elder sister once received an item from the lower domain. Inside the item was a simple and crude universe mirror, which left an impression on her. So, Yuling's death is related to him. Yunjoga's heart felt stifled. When Yuling said that it was Li Wei who encouraged her to commit suicide, she felt it was strange. Yuling wasn't a weak person, and her relationship with Li Wei was very ordinary. How could she choose to commit suicide because of a few words from him? If it was Sanskrit sound, it would be different. This guy was always eloquent and good at persuading others. Even when Yunjoga encountered difficulties, she would ask for his opinion. If Sanskrit sound planted a seed in Yuling-er's heart, then Li Wei came over to add fuel to the fire and easily burn her to ashes. Your Highness, who do you think is related to Big Sister's death? Is it Sanskrit sound? Yuqing-er suddenly sat up on the bed. You heard wrong. I am saying that your sister's death is a pity. Yunjoga came back to his senses and quickly dispelled Yuqing-er's thoughts. He didn't want this silly girl to rush to the lower realms and do stupid things. Oh. Yuqing-er slowly lay back down. Rest well. I will bring Long-er to see you tomorrow. Yunjoga returned to his bedroom with a worried expression. What is it? Asked Zishang. I am thinking that Sanskrit sound taking the initiative to go to the lower realms to train was also a scheme. Yunjoga was depressed. It must be. Back then, he arranged for Yin Shirley to help us so he could monitor us. Zishang flew out of Yunjoga's pocket and curled up on her knees. Yunjoga touched Zishang's smooth back and recalled what happened in the mystic realm. Although Yin Shirley wasn't there when he dealt with Og, it was very likely that it was the little dragon man who did it. Sanskrit sound did everything possible to make you go to the lower realms to find him. He must be up to no good. It is best if we can lure him to Tsanglan realm. The lower realms were Sanskrit sound's territory. Finding him was like walking into a trap. Moreover, he had the blood demon flower. He won't come up. Yunjoga shook her head. In the past, she invited Sanskrit sound a few times, but he rejected them all. Even when the calamity came, he didn't come up, let alone now. If Tsanglan realm has something he needs, he will definitely come up. Zishang pondered deeply. Then what do you think it is? Asked Yunjoga. Your godhead and our child. Zishang said solemnly. What do you mean? Yunjoga lifted Zishang's claw in front of her, stared into his eyes and said, Don't tell me you want to use the child as bait. Do you believe that I will eat you? Long-er is also my child. How can I use him as bait? Zishang felt wronged. Was he that crazy? Sorry, I was just too nervous. Yunjoga hugged Zishang and buried her face in his neck. I know. How about this, let's put aside the matter of Sanskrit sound and deal with that black Jiao Jiao first. Zishang licked Yunjoga's cheek comfortingly. And I will go and bring Long-er back now. Yunjoga got a purple monkey flower essence from Hua Manchu. My son would definitely like it. At this moment, the little dragon man was dancing in the myriad flower spirit garden and talking about the experience of last night's assassination. The little baby was stunned. Xiao Chao was nervously grabbing the tip of the little dragon man's tail. These assassins are too bold. They actually dared to break into the divine palace. They deserve to die. The little baby said angrily. Long-er, don't be afraid. I will protect you tonight. Xiao Chao said seriously. I will go too. Fei Fei circled above the little dragon man's head. I want to go too. The treasure-seeking scorpion couple also came out. That's great. Then let's sleep together tonight. The little dragon man happily revealed its white teeth. It would definitely be fun with so many companions. Yunjoga didn't have any objections to the adorable pets coming to help his son keep vigil. Not only did he prepare a sumptuous dinner for them, but he also played with them for a long time. When it was late at night, Yunjoga sent the adorable pets away to find a place to rest in the Golden Dragon Palace. Find a place to rest. Don't talk or fight at night. Yes. The adorable pets answered in unison and found their own places. Fei Fei stopped at the big lamp inlaid with luminous pearls and white crystals in the corner. The little baby walked around the gorgeous treasure compartment and finally occupied the position of the emerald cabbage on the second floor. The treasure-seeking scorpion couple crawled into the carpet while Xiao Chao crawled under the little dragon man's big bed. Chapter 566. Mother, are you going to stay here with me tonight? The little dragon man laid on the golden bed and hugged the purple monkey flower spirit without letting go. Yes, baby, so hurry up and sleep. Yunjoga helped put the purple monkey flower spirit on the golden mahogany cabinet at the head of the bed, then pulled up the soft cloud blanket to cover its stomach. But I haven't visited father today. The little dragon man yawned and used its fat paw to rub its eyes. Let's go visit him together tomorrow. Sleep. Yunjoga placed his hand on the little dragon man's body and gently patted it. The little dragon man slowly closed its eyes, and its stomach rose and fell evenly as it gradually entered dreamland. Yunjoga saw that its breathing was stable and called out softly, Dragon, Dragon, The little dragon man was sleeping very soundly and was even snoring. All right, Dragon is asleep. Yunjoga took out Zishang and stuffed it into the little blanket. Zishang nimbly coiled around the little dragon man's side and placed its paw on his chest before sending a voice transmission to Yunjoga. I'm ready. Then let's sleep together. Yunjoga placed his head on the pillow and forced himself to quickly fall asleep. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Yunjoga successfully fell asleep. Why are you so slow? Zishang walked out from the darkness with a dissatisfied expression. I'm not a dragon, how can I sleep so quickly? Yunjoga sized up Zishang and said with a sigh, I almost forgot what your human form looks like. It's only been a year. Your memory is too bad. I haven't forgotten your appearance for 2,000 years. Zishang was very dissatisfied. If it was not because the little dragon man had not seen his human form, he would not have waited for Yunjoga. It's just a joke. Why so serious? Let's go and find Dragon, Yunjoga walked up and pulled Zishang's hand as they entered the little dragon man's dreamland from the darkness. The little dragon man's dreamland turned into the Golden Dragon Palace. A golden table embedded with jewels was filled with all sorts of delicious food. There was sansien scallops, hibiscus prawns, crispy Buddha's hand, lotus seed porridge, spicy beef. These were all tonight's menu. There was also a boy of about 12 sitting at the table. He had deep facial features and a handsome face. There was a pair of strange black spiral horns on his head, and his eyes were as dark as the bottomless ocean. The black brocade robe he wore was embroidered with extremely complicated dark patterns. The dark patterns on the clothes of the big clans in the upper realm all had a history, but Yunjoga had never seen those dark patterns before. Blackie, this hibiscus prawn is very delicious. Quickly try it. The little dragon man picked up a piece of prawn and passed it to the crown prince. The crown prince didn't eat it. Instead, he looked in Yunjoga's direction warily and shouted, Who's there? The little dragon man followed his gaze and shouted in surprise, Hey, father, mother, why are you here? Didn't you always want to see father? So I brought him here. Yunjoga patted Zishang's hand and said to his son, This should be the first time you've seen your father in human form. No, I saw my father's human form when I was still in your stomach. The little dragon man ran to his father happily and reached out for a hug. Father, you're finally awake. That's great. Baby, I missed you so much. Zishang hugged his son in his arms and kissed his little face. The little dragon man hugged his father's neck and giggled. Aren't you going to introduce your new friend to us? Yunjoga put on a motherly smile and looked at the mysterious boy sitting at the table. I almost forgot. The little dragon man struggled to get out of his father's arms and took the two people's hands to the table. This is my good friend, Blacky Jiao Jiao. Hello, uncle, auntie. I'm the crown prince of the ancient black demon race, Xiao Agate. It's our first time meeting. Crown Prince Xiao stood up and greeted them politely. You're the crown prince of the ancient black demon race. Yunjoga thought he was hallucinating. That's right. Xiao nodded faintly. Then do you know Ogre? Yunjoga asked. Ogre is the key to the passage of our ancient black demon race. I heard that he was killed by you some time ago. Xiao's face was calm without any special expression. Then, are you here for revenge now? Zishang quietly moved his feet and protected his wife and son behind him. Uncle, auntie, don't be nervous. The demon race pays attention to the survival of the strong. Ogre was not as skilled as others, so it was his fate to be killed. Xiao looked reasonable. I see. Yunjoga smiled, but he didn't really believe it. What the hell are you talking about? The little dragon man blinked its eyes and looked puzzled. Nothing. Xiao rushed to answer first. Why don't we sit down and talk while eating? Zishang could feel that the crown prince of the ancient black demon race had no malice towards his son. If he really wanted to harm the little dragon man, he wouldn't have saved him before. Little Black, this is also very delicious. Try it. The little dragon man took a cup of walnut milk ice and handed it to Xiao. Baby, you can't eat dessert before the main meal. Yunjoga held down the little hand of the little dragon man. Even in his dreams, he couldn't give up. Well, we will eat dessert later. You should eat this fried chicken steak. It's a very delicious folk delicacy. The little dragon man recommended a delicious dish to his little friend. It's fragrant and crispy. It's really delicious. Xiao ate it up. Xiao, since you are not here to avenge Ogre, why did you come here? Zishang asked half-jokingly. Could it be that your ancient black demon race still hasn't given up and still wants to take the origin power of our Blue Waves continent? Uncle, auntie, you don't need to worry, my father king and mother empress want the origin power of Blue Waves continent because they want to remove the curse on me, that's all. Since little golden dragon is already my friend, I will dispel their thoughts. Xiao sipped a mouthful of spirit orange juice and placed the crystal cup back on the table. The way he ate was very elegant and decent, many times better than the little dragon man who ate roughly. It could be seen that he was a well-educated child, which was really rare in the demon race. Can you tell auntie what curse you are suffering from? Yunjoga asked with concern. As a parent, she knew very well that the words of a child couldn't count. Only by finding a way to solve the curse on Xiao's body could it be possible to dispel the idea of his parents. I am suffering from the curse of the ancient white demon race. They and we have always been incompatible like water and fire. After the ancient white demon race learned that I had innate dark devil body, they were worried that our strength would surpass theirs, so they cursed me, making me lose my legs and forever unable to remove the light. Although my father and mother destroyed the ancient white demon race and killed their high priest, they didn't find a way to remove the curse. Xiao unhurriedly and simply explained the matter. His expression was very calm, as if such a tragedy didn't happen to him. Chapter 567. Your parents are crazy. Yunjoga originally thought that some crazy demon wanted to seize the origin power of the Kanglan continent to rule the world. She did not expect the truth to be like this. Father and mother are worried about me, so they are desperate. After Xiao was cursed at the age of 12, he was sealed in an ice coffin by his parents for 3,000 years. His parents seized power everywhere to resist the erosion of the curse, but they could not hold on for long. If they could not find a way, he might die. It seems that you are very powerful. She did not know how strong Xiao was, but she admired him for being able to face life and death so calmly at such a young age. Of course. Xiao showed strong confidence. If he was not powerful, how could the ancient white demon race be so afraid that they did not hesitate to use their great power to curse him? But you are cursed now. Zishang said truthfully. My life is cursed, not the power of dark magic. Xiao said faintly. The destruction of the ancient white demon race was also due to his contribution. Little Black, what is the power of dark magic? The little dragon man asked curiously. The power of dark magic. Xiao said concisely. It sounds so powerful. Can I practice it? The little dragon man looked expectant. Yes, as long as you close your 5 senses and stay in the darkness for 3,000 years. Xiao replied. 3,000 years, that's too miserable. It's even more pitiful than a little cute baby. The little dragon man looked at Xiao sympathetically. The little cute baby often used his experience of being trapped to scare children. If they were not obedient, they would be locked up like him. Who is this little cute baby? Xiao asked doubtfully. He is my mother's tool spirit, and the myriad flowers spirit garden was created by him. The little dragon man talked to Xiao about his little friend. Xiao listened very seriously. Occasionally, when he heard some embarrassing things, he would give face and laugh out loud. Yunjioge gave Zishang a look, and the two left the table and went to the corner to set up a boundary. What this child said just now is the truth. Zishang's demon eyes could be used even in the dream. Then we must help him undo the curse. Yunjioge said in a low voice. But we are not good at this. The ancient black demon race was so powerful that they could not do it, let alone them. Have I ever told you that my divine spark can dispel all curses? Yunjioge said. Every continent had its own unique characteristics. The blue wave continent's source of divine power was precisely to drive out divine power. This was also the reason why the ancient black demon race had designs on the blue wave continent. Yunjioge inherited this characteristic, but she followed her mother's will and lied, saying that the banishment was holy light. Because she had been behaving like a saint ever since she became a goddess, no one doubted her. Didn't you tell me that you're going to cultivate your godhead? Zishang looked at Yunjioge as if he was looking at a madman. If I help him dispel the curse, I can get the godhood back in the future. Yunjioge did have this intention. The premise is that he's willing to pay it back. Zishang suddenly interrupted Yunjioge and said, think about that evil ogre. Do you think that the ancient black demon race is a race that keeps its word? I'm afraid that if you give him the divine spark, he will immediately take over the Azure Waves continent. Yunjioge didn't refute Zishang's words because this was also what she was worried about. If she took the initiative to hand over the divine spark, it would be difficult to get it back. Instead of giving it to the Blackbone demon race, I might as well use it to lure Fan Yin. As long as we get rid of this tumor, our Azure Waves continent will be united and we won't be afraid of the ancient black demon race. Zishang said. If we kill Fan Yin, there will be countless Fan Yin in the future. No one can resist the temptation of power. If Fan Yin can sell us to the ancient black demon race, there will be others who will do the same thing. We need a reliable friend to lead us to the Beyond Heaven Alliance. Otherwise, we will become food for the otherworldly demons sooner or later. Yunjioge had divined that countless continents were destroyed by the otherworldly demons. Seclusion wouldn't solve the problem. They had to jump out and become a member of the Beyond Heaven Alliance. Only then would they be safe. Even so, we don't have to choose it. Zishang still didn't agree. If Long can become friends with Xiao, it means they are fated. If I make the wrong choice, I will take responsibility. Yunjoga didn't want to leave a mess for long. Zishang was silent for a moment before saying, "This is a serious matter. We don't have to rush to a conclusion. Let's first observe Xiao's demonic item and see if he has any say in the race." Yunjoga and Zishang came to an agreement. Just as they were about to return to the long table, Wan Sha's voice suddenly came from his dream, "Your Highness, wake up." Something happened. Yunjoga opened his eyes and saw the red-robed maid kneeling beside him with Wan Sha's sound-transmitting talisman. "What's wrong?" Yunjoga asked as he picked up the voice transmission talisman. "There is news from the demonic forest. Hua Manchu was captured and brought to the lower realm." Wan Sha's anxious voice came from his dream. "Who captured him?" Yunjoga suddenly sat up. Zishang also crawled out from under the quilt. "I heard from his trusted guards that the human-faced Peach King pretended to have something to report and lured him to the dungeon. Then, it suddenly exploded and swept him away." The human-faced Peach King also left a message saying that if you want to save him, go to the lower realm on the day of the full moon. Wan Sha said. "Damn it." Yunjoga clenched his fists. Fan Yin must have used blood demon flowers on the human-faced Peach King. Fan Yin planned for this day for 2,000 years. If we do as he says, we will be in a passive situation. Zishang said. "I know. There must be a special meaning for Fan Yin to choose the night of the full moon. She must find a trump card to catch Fan Yin off guard. Why don't we lure Xiao to Fan Yin?" Zishang immediately thought of a solution. "How?" Xiao didn't look like a fool. "Just say that Fan Yin can help him remove the curse. In any case, Fan Yin likes to do these things." Zishang said. "Let's give it a try." Yunjoga also couldn't think of a good idea. "While Xiao hasn't left, let's go talk to him." Zishang got into his son's quilt. "Let's go." Yunjoga fell asleep again. His son and Xiao were still eating at the table. They didn't notice that their father and mother had just left. "Xiao, there is something I want to talk to you about." Yunjoga sat down and said. "Aunt, please speak." Xiao politely put down the cup and looked straight into Yunjoga's eyes. "In our Blue Waves continent, there is a person who is very good at removing curses. Do you want to find him and give it a try?" Yunjoga said. "How good is he?" Xiao didn't get excited because of the words of Yunjoga. He still maintained a calm appearance. "About 70%, but this person is not easy to deal with. I need your help." Yunjoga sincerely said. Chapter 568. I can give it a try if I have 70% confidence, but our black ancient demon race hasn't found a new passage key yet. It's not that easy to come over. Xiao said calmly. No need for the passage key. Long Hair has the power of space. If you trust him, I'll let him bring you over. Yunjoga said. I trust him. Xiao nodded without hesitation. His father and mother once asked a great expert to help him calculate, saying that his opportunity was in Kanglan continent. Maybe it was this time. Okay, I'll unlock Long Hair's seal later. I'll pick you up after a month. Is that okay? Yunjoga asked. Yes. 1 month was enough for him to prepare everything. Then I'll take Long Hair out first. Yunjoga took Long Hair's hand and took the lead to leave the dream. Little Dragon Man was at a loss from beginning to end. He didn't know what was going on at all. After all, he had just been born for more than a year and couldn't be compared with Xiao, that evildoer. Baby, it's like this. Your little friend Xiao is sick. I want to bring him over to be treated, but the place he lives is too far away. I need your spatial force to bring him over. Are you willing to help him? Yunjoga hugged his son and coaxed. Of course. Little Dragon Man wanted to introduce Xiao Meng, Xiao Chao, and the others to Black Jiao Jiao to play together. Okay, I'll unlock the seal on you now. It may be a little uncomfortable, but it'll be fine soon. Yunjoga kissed Long Er's chubby face. It's okay, I'm not afraid of pain. Little Dragon Man said proudly, puffing up his small chest. Baby, close your eyes first. Yunjoga said softly. Little Dragon Man immediately closed his eyes. Yunjoga and Zishang, who was hiding on the bed, looked at each other. Zishang nodded, indicating that he would protect Long Er. Yunjoga took a deep breath, put his hand on Long Er's Baihui acupoint, and then mobilized his divine power into Long Er's Sea of Consciousness. Little Dragon Man's Sea of Consciousness was a vast and gentle sea. The sky was reflected in a pure blue color. There was a golden island in the middle of the sea, which was the seal Yunjoga gave him. Originally, she thought that Long would not be in any danger under her protection, so she gave him a 100-year seal. If it was removed prematurely, it would affect her son to a certain extent, so she was very worried. Yunjoga released his golden divine power to destroy the island. When the island completely disappeared, the sky suddenly darkened. Then, a strong wind blew, stirring up waves in the calm sea. Yunjoga anxiously used his divine power to comfort her, but it was to no avail. Baby, hold fast to your heart. Zishang's voice came from the sky, and a huge shadow of a black dragon appeared in the sky, using its dragon power to disperse the gathered wind and waves. Yunjoga heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. He saw that Zishang was grabbing his son's little hand and his forehead was covered in sweat. The sun is not up yet. Let him sleep a little longer. Yunjoga carefully placed Fatty back on the big bed and covered him with a small blanket. Then let's go find Wansha to understand the situation. Zishang kissed Xiao Chubby's cheeks, then landed on the ground and transformed into his human form. Although his demon body hadn't fully recovered, maintaining his human form wasn't a problem. Yunjoga and Zishang left the Golden Dragon Palace and found Wansha in the Mirage Flower Watermoon Palace. Your Highness, you came at the right time. I'm currently talking to Hua Manchu's men. Do you want to see him? Wansha asked. Wait a minute. Yunjoga said to Zishang, go invisible. Don't let them see you. All right. Zishang readily went invisible. Wansha pressed on the spirit stone switch, and the huge water mirror rippled. Soon, a sharp-eared, dark-skinned fairy warrior appeared. Yunjoga recognized him. He was Hua Manchu's trusted guard, Qi Ri. Subordinate greets Lady Goddess. Qi Ri bowed respectfully. Tell me about Hua Manchu's capture. Yunjoga sat on the phoenix chair in front of the water mirror. The water mirror of the God Palace was as tall as 2 people. It was made from the highest grade of water moon crystal, and there were 2 fist-sized spirit stones embedded on the side. Qi Ri told the story, and it was similar to what Wansha had said. Bring the water mirror to the dungeon. I want to investigate it personally. Yunjoga said. Yes. Qi Ri carried the water mirror to the dungeon. He pointed to a cage made of green thorns and said, the king was captured here. Yunjoga looked carefully. However, his perception was not strong through the water mirror. He had to use his spiritual consciousness to search carefully. I'll go with you. Zishang saw through Yunjoga's thoughts and whispered to him. Yunjoga waved her hand and created a cloud to cover the water mirror. She then said to Zishang, no need. I can go by myself. You stay here and protect me. She was much more proficient in releasing her spiritual consciousness than Zishang. All right. Be careful. Zishang also knew that although his physical body was strong, his spiritual consciousness was far worse than Yunjoga's. Yunjoga nodded. She then waved the water mirror away and said to Chi-Ri, who was still standing in the same place, close the dungeon. Clear away all the irrelevant people. I want to take a look personally. Yes. Chi-Ri turned around and quickly drove all the warriors out. He then closed the dungeon. Yunjoga closed her eyes. Her spiritual consciousness left her body through the water mirror and arrived in front of the green thorn's cage. Her soul body exuded a faint golden light. Her 5 senses were raised to the highest level. Her spiritual consciousness repeatedly searched the dungeon. She did not let go of any corner. Zishang stood in front of the water mirror to help Yunjoga search. When Yunjoga's spiritual consciousness swept past the left corner, it instantly reflected a small red light. However, it quickly disappeared. Look at the left corner. There seems to be something there. Zishang said with his sharp eyes. Yunjoga walked over and found a small red petal falling from the thorns. It was stuck in the middle of the thorns. It was mixed with the flower that grew from the thorns. She waved her hand and picked the red flower. She sniffed it carefully. It was the smell of Hua Manchu. This was his natal red flower. How is it? Zishang asked. I found Hua Manchu's natal flower. With this thing, she could search for Hua Manchu. Then come back. Zishang said. Yunjoga was about to use the water mirror to return. Suddenly, a layer of blood mist permeated the soles of her feet. 2 blood-stained skeletal hands grabbed her feet. A golden light burst from Yunjoga's feet. She broke free from the shackles of the skeletal hands and opened the dungeon door. The outside was filled with blood-stained skeletons. Chi-Ri and the other fairy warriors were surrounded. Your Highness, leave quickly. Chi-Ri cut off the head of a skeleton and turned to Yunjoga. Get out of the way. Yunjoga flicked her finger and released a golden divine fire. The moment it landed on the ground, it burned away the blood mist. Chapter 569. Chi-Ri walked in front of Yunjoga and said guiltily, Your Highness, I don't know where these white bone puppets came from. The barrier didn't make a sound at all. Immediately send someone to check the barrier. These people have a secret way to enter the barrier. I'm afraid your king was kidnapped this way. Yunjoga didn't say anything about the blood demon flower because it was useless. These fairy warriors couldn't deal with it. This subordinate will immediately send someone to check. I wonder if your highness found any clues about the king. Chi-Ri asked loyally. I already have a plan. Before that, you just need to guard the Demoness Forest. After Yunjoga ordered Chi-Ri to strengthen the barrier's patrol, she went through the water mirror and returned to Zishang's side. Fan Yin is getting more and more arrogant. Zishang also saw those white bone guards just now. To be able to break through the barrier with so many puppets, the blood demon flower was more terrible than before. Fan Yin must have used some special method to upgrade it. Don't worry, he won't be arrogant for too long. Yunjoga took out the red petals found in the Demoness Forest. Once Shou came, they could go to the lower realm. My lord, Fan Yin betrayed us. Why not publicize his evil deeds and organize the major races of the Azure Wave domain to go to the lower realm to destroy him? Wan Sha was very puzzled. Now the people of the Azure Wave domain are not what they used to be. In addition, the power of our divine palace is weakened. When the time comes, there will be fewer people to help. I'm afraid there will be many people who will hit us when we are down. Yunjoga shook her head. After the tempering of 2 lives, she was not as arrogant as before. Then I will go to the demon race to gather more warriors to help. Wan Sha said frankly. It's useless to have more people. I have found a way to deal with Fan Yin. Yunjoga's trump card was Xiao. Xiao's dark magic power could easily deal with the 2 shadow monsters. For Fan Yin, he was a big nemesis. Moreover, he never thought that he would ask the crown prince of the black ancient demon race to help. Our son should wake up soon. Let's go and see. Zishang didn't see his son for 1 day. Yunjoga and Zishang returned to the Golden Dragon Palace. His son had already woken up and was playing with the cute pets. Father, mother, you are back. The little dragon man rushed over like a cannonball and then hung around his father's neck like a koala bear. Zishang's face was filled with love as he hugged and kissed his son. He looked as if he had forgotten about his wife after having a son. Yunjoga had no choice but to interrupt the father and son. He snatched Fatty into his arms and asked, "Baby, before you woke up, did Black Jiao Jiao say anything to you?" "Yes, he stuffed something into my hand and said that he could use this to find me." The little dragon man opened up its chubby little claw, and there was a black whirlpool-like object in the middle of its palm. "What is this?" Yunjoga released his divine sense to explore and found that it was a deep and deathly still seawater, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Black Jiao Jiao said that this is his home address. "When I'm ready, I can go and find him." The little dragon man touched the black whirlpool on its palm thoughtlessly and did not feel the pressure of the deep sea at all. "Baby, if you want to find Black Jiao Jiao, you must first learn how to control your ability and then use it flexibly," Yunjoga said seriously. "What should I do then?" The little dragon man looked confused. "Your father will teach you." Yunjoga stuffed Fatty back into Zishang's arms and called the little baby over. He asked, "Are the seeds of the black hole tree still there?" "Yes, there's still a lot of them." The little baby nodded. "That's good. Later, go back to the Myriad Flowers Spirit Garden and plant a patch of black hole trees. In the future, let Long-er go there to practice the power of space." The black hole tree that Yunjoga was talking about was a plant that had the power of space. These black hole trees were very short and were only as tall as a door. They looked normal on the outside, but as long as one walked within a meter of them, they would be pulled into the black hole. By the time people realized it, many people had already been swallowed by the black hole trees and disappeared. Yunjoga personally led people to uproot all the black hole trees and only left some seeds for emergencies. Now, they were finally put to use. "I'm going now." The little baby had long wanted to plant these black hole trees for fun. He opened up a new space in the Myriad Flowers Spirit Garden and planted 49 black hole trees according to the blueprints given by Yunjoga. Then, he used the vegetation spirit to grow them and completed the task in 7 days. "Long-er, come and see your new toy." Yunjoga and Zishang took Long-er to the black hole tree garden. "Mother, what is this? How do I play with it?" The little dragon man asked excitedly. "These are called black hole trees. Their bodies can connect to all kinds of channels. All you have to do is to identify the right channel and then bring this 7-star fruit back." Yunjoga asked the little baby to put a 7-star fruit behind the first tree. "Okay, I'll try." The little dragon man closed his eyes and his divine sense went through the black hole to find the fruit. At first, he was still a little unfamiliar with it, but he soon grasped the essentials and took the 7-star fruit from behind the black hole tree. "Baby, you're great." Try to put it further away this time. Yunjoga put the fruit behind the second black hole tree. The little dragon man took it back smoothly and then couldn't wait to let the little baby continue to put the fruit. Very good. According to this progress, there will be no problem at all in a month. Zishang looked at his son with a gratified expression. He was indeed his son, he learned quickly. Well, you stay here with him. I'll go and arrange things in the lower world. Yunjoga couldn't put all his treasures on show, he also had to make some arrangements himself. Go. Zishang's eyes were always on his son and he didn't even look at Yunjoga. Yunjoga was really depressed, but thinking that he had been trapped in the eggshell for a year and had not been intimate with his son, she reluctantly forgave him. In the following days, Yunjoga sent a lot of people to the lower world to investigate Sanskrit, and then took out the high-level puppets collected by the Divine Palace to let Wansha practice, trying to build a powerful puppet army. In the Black Hole Tree Garden, the little dragon man's training was also very smooth. He had successfully obtained the 7-star fruit from behind the 10th tree, but he encountered a problem after the 11th tree. The channels inside began to appear at crossroads, and they were constantly changing. The little dragon man failed several times but was not discouraged. Instead, he became more excited. Tomorrow, he would practice in the garden and not even go back to the Golden Dragon Palace. When he was tired, he would adjust his breath in the same place and then continue to practice. Normally, Yunjoga would not let him do this, but now the situation was special. She also hoped that her son could quickly familiarize himself with his ability and smoothly take over show. Zishang accompanied his son in the Black Hole Forest every day. The relationship between the father and son soared. Yunjoga was a little jealous. Unfortunately, she was too busy and could only cultivate her relationship with her son in the future. Chapter 570. In the lower domain, there was a magnificent temple that was filled with incense and incense. A handsome monk was sitting on a praying mat in the center of the temple. He was holding a string of bodhi seeds and chanting sutras with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in the temple, and a red skull appeared in front of the monk. He knelt on one knee and reported, "Master Fan Yin, the Azure Wave Domain's informant has sent back news. He said that the Divine Palace is in a big commotion and might come to the lower domain to find you soon. Are there any rumors about the Blood Soul Flower in the Azure Wave Domain?" Fan Yin opened his eyes, which were flickering with deep radiance. The Divine Palace is very secretive about the news. There are no rumors about the Blood Demon Flower in the Azure Wave Domain. The Red Skull said. It seems like Yunjoga has learned his lesson. Fan Yin muttered to himself. He originally thought that if Yunjoga exposed his true colors, he would expose the secret technique of the Blood Soul Flower and cause chaos in the Azure Wave Domain. Now that Yunjoga was biding his time, he couldn't make a move. "Master, do you want to send someone to sneak into the Divine Palace to scout for information?" The Red Skull asked. "No need. Keep a close eye on the Divine Palace. If they come to the lower domain, just report in time." Fan Yin said indifferently. He had prepared for this day for more than 2,000 years and was just waiting for Yunjoga to walk into the trap. "Yes." The Red Skull nodded and instantly vanished without a trace. Fan Yin got up and walked out of the temple. He looked at the distant sky and muttered to himself, "After so many years, I can finally take revenge for foster father." At this moment, Yunjoga was in the Myriad Flower Garden to witness his son successfully completing the mission. He finally took out the 49 7-star fruits accurately from the back of the black hole tree. "Ha ha ha, I finally did it." Xiao Longren jumped up excitedly. "Son, well done." Zishang was honored to be able to see his son improving day by day. This feeling of satisfaction was even happier than when he killed the previous demon emperor. Alright, baby. Quickly go back and rest. If Black Jiao Jiao comes to your dream again tonight, tell him that we will pick him up 3 days later. Yunjioge rubbed his son's head. I know. Xiao Longren also wanted to share his joy with his good friend. He returned to the Golden Dragon Palace. After washing up, he lay on the golden bed and fell asleep almost as soon as he closed his eyes. Yunjioge kissed his son's cheek and whispered to Zishang, "You go wash up and get ready to sleep." "Okay, let's go together." Zishang held Yunjioge's hand and scratched her palm. It had been a long time since they had been intimate. "Look at you." Yunjioge rolled his eyes at Zishang, but still walked away with him. The little dragon man didn't know that his parents had gone to make younger siblings for him. He was sleeping on his back, drooling and his belly bulging. He was still practicing the black hole tree skill in his dreams. Good job. Xiao once again appeared silently in the little dragon person's dream. "Ah, little black, you're here." The little dragon man turned around and excitedly rushed to Xiao. "Well, I'm ready. When will you come to pick me up?" Xiao looked at the little dragon man's chubby face and couldn't help but pinch it. It felt really good, like a big steamed bun. "Now." The little dragon man vowed and completely threw his mother's advice to the back of his mind. "Now?" Xiao was slightly stunned. "Yes." The little dragon man was full of fighting spirit and couldn't wait to perform well. "Then I'll go back and wait for you." Xiao injected soul power into the vortex in the little dragon man's palm. "Go back, I'll pick you up soon." The little dragon man clenched his fist and waved it. Xiao faintly smiled and gradually disappeared. The little dragon man sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. His consciousness turned into the little golden dragon and entered the space-time tunnel. The dark tunnel was like an oppressive and terrifying deep sea. From time to time, there would be a space-time storm. Even a true immortal would not dare to enter it easily. The little golden dragon was leisurely inside, swimming forward along the soul mark left by Xiao. Along the way, he encountered many crossroads, but he could always find the right way. After wandering in the space-time tunnel for half an hour, he finally saw light and Xiao's familiar smell behind a hole. He did not hesitate to pass through the hole and finally came to Xiao's bedroom. So fast. Xiao was tidying up his things. He thought it would take at least a day for the little dragon man to come over. "Little Black, is this your home? Why is it so dark?" The little golden dragon looked at the bare bedroom and showed a sympathetic expression to Xiao. "My curse can't see the light. By the way, don't you like gems? These are for you." Xiao pointed to the things piled up on the ground. These were all things he asked his subordinates to do, and he was not in a hurry to tidy them up. "Let me see what it is." The little golden dragon's claws emitted a faint light, and the pile of things immediately reflected all kinds of dreamy light. There were tall red crystal coral trees, fist-sized luminous pearls, bags of shiny amethysts, turquoise. The little golden dragon was dazzled by the light. "Are these all for me?" The little golden dragon's saliva dripped down. Of course. These things were specially collected by him for the little dragon man. "Little Black, you are so kind." The little golden dragon immediately put the gems into his storage bag and then said excitedly to Xiao, "Let's go, I'll take you back now." "Wait." Xiao took out a black mask with silver edges and put it on his head. "We can go now." The little golden dragon opened his mouth and swallowed Xiao into his stomach, then flicked his tail and returned to the Kanglan realm. When Yunjoga and Zishang came back, they found that there was a masked man on the bed where their son had smashed. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Xiao sat on the bed of the little dragon man and greeted them politely. "When did you come?" Yunjoga was surprised. "Didn't we say we would pick you up 3 days later?" Xiao knew that the little dragon man was messing around. He didn't want the little dragon man to be scolded, so he took the initiative to take the blame and said, "I asked the little dragon man to bring me back in advance." Everything went well. Yunjoga looked at his son, who was sleeping soundly, and really wanted to beat him up. There was no one around to protect him, and he dared to bring Xiao back in advance. He really deserved a beating. "Very well." Xiao nodded and then asked, "Where is the person who can help me get rid of the curse?" "He is in the lower realm. You should rest for a few days first, and then we will go find him together." Yunjoga did not expect Xiao to come so fast. "No, I hope to leave today." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Because I left without telling father and mother this time. I must go back as soon as possible, otherwise they will be worried," Xiao said. Yunjoga suddenly felt that he had stolen someone else's son. Chapter 571. Then let's set off later. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can send him back, Zishang said to Yunjoga. Good. Yunjoga put herself in his shoes. If her son was abducted, she would definitely explode. Then I'll go and get one sha ready now. Zishang turned and left the Golden Dragon Palace. Yunjoga, on the other hand, lifted the blanket that was smashed by his son and woke him up. Mother, what happened? The little dragon man rubbed his eyes, not knowing what was going on. Don't sleep, we're going to beat the bad guys. You have to help us open the passage later. Do you still have strength now? Yunjoga held his son's little fat paw and checked the divine power in his body. Yes, little dragon man shouted with great vigor. Okay, put on your clothes and let's go find Uncle Wan Sha. After confirming that his son still had a lot of divine power, Yunjoga helped him put on his clothes. Little Black, can you walk? The little dragon man turned to look at Xiao's feet. He remembered that Xiao said that his legs were cursed. I have a means of transportation. Xiao took off the spirit beast bag at his waist and poured out a round black ball with a pair of inverted triangular eyes, which looked very fierce. This is my pet Gru. Xiao patted the black ball, which automatically transformed into a black wheelchair. Each of the two handles had an eye that blinked at the little dragon man. It's fun. The little dragon man reached out to touch Xiao's wheelchair, but was pulled back by Yunjoga. Stop playing, your father is waiting for us. Yunjoga and the little dragon man walked in front, and Xiao followed them. The three soon arrived at the main hall of the Divine Palace. At this time, Zishang and Wan Sha's puppet army had assembled and were waiting for them. Long can you make a passage to the lower realm here? Yunjoga gestured in the middle of the hall. In order to avoid being caught off guard by Fan Yin's eyes in the Zhanglan realm, they must make a surprise move. Yes. The little dragon man walked to the middle of the hall and jumped. A black hole appeared on the bluestone slab under his feet, leading straight to the lower realm. Let's go. Yunjoga lowered his voice, and the group left the divine palace silently. It was late at night in the lower realm. The place where Yunjoga and the others landed was a desolate wilderness. Are we going to the temple to look for Brahma? Zishang asked. No, let's save Hua Manchu first. Yunjoga took out the little red flower that Hua Manchu had left behind and injected his spirit energy into it. A golden ray stretched toward the east. Yunjoga took the little dragon man, Zishang took Xiao, and the group quietly followed the golden light to the depths of the innumerable mountains. Isn't this the goddess temple? Zishang looked at the dilapidated temple in the distance and recalled the path of death that led to the pocket dimension. This is a spatial chaotic point. Fan Yin must have set up many traps here. Wan Sha, take the puppet army and stand guard outside. We'll go in and take a look. Yun Jioge didn't dare to be careless with Fan Yin. Yes. Wan Sha nodded, and the puppet army immediately dispersed, hiding in the darkness. Long Xiao, you must follow closely, we know. Yun Jioge bowed his head and said to his son and Xiao. Yes. The little dragon man looked very serious. Xiao was calm and didn't pay much attention to this broken mountain. Yun Jioge walked in front, the little dragon man and Xiao walked in the middle, and Zishang was at the back. The group followed the little red flower into the dilapidated temple and went deep underground. The underground passage was very dilapidated, and the black deathly aura spread all over it like a spider web. When the red flower floated here, it spontaneously combusted and disappeared without a trace. Didn't you close the passage when you left the pocket dimension? Zishang looked at the deep passage and remembered the scene when he first entered. It's closed. Fan Yin must have opened it again. Yun Jioge thought of the miserable state of the orcs in the pocket dimension and hated Fan Yin very much. She was really blind to think that Fan Yin was a good monk who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Shu, listen and see if there's a sound in front. Zishang stopped. Behind the wall. The little dragon man's ears were sharp and immediately heard a faint panting sound coming from the wall in front. Get out of the way. Zishang let Yun Jioge take his son and Xiao back a few steps and put his hand on the wall. The wall immediately cracked into countless pieces, revealing a black cocoon. Hua Manchu was trapped inside, moaning in pain with his eyes closed. Hua Manchu, are you all right? Yun Jioge walked over and patted his face. Hua Manchu did not respond. These black threads can extract spiritual power. I'll destroy them and you save Hua Manchu. A ball of purplish-black demonic flame emerged from Zishang's palm and burned the black silk until it crackled. Soon, a big hole appeared on the silk. Yun Jioge grabbed Hua Manchu's shoulder and pulled him out. The remaining black threads escaped as if they were alive, and a rumbling sound immediately came from the underground passage. Countless blood-colored flower buds in the shape of skulls emerged from the sky and the ground and then bloomed. The dark passage suddenly became a sea of red. Those skull-shaped flowers crowded together like a group of demons dancing wildly. They were the bloody soul flowers that Yun Jioge had destroyed, but these bloody soul flowers were even more beautiful and strange than the ones she had seen before. Zishang sent out a black demon fire at those bloody soul flowers, but it was devoured completely. Yun Jioge used his golden god power, but he could not break out of the bloody soul flowers' encirclement. Don't waste your energy. I raised these bloody soul flowers with the reincarnation secret technique to restrain your god power. A man's voice sounded in the passage. Fan Yin, come out. Yun Jioge looked around and saw Fan Yin, wearing a red robe, emerging from the largest bloody soul flower in the middle. He looked down at Yun Jioge and the others and said, I didn't expect you to be able to avoid my eyes and ears and break into this place. It seems that your skills have improved. Fan Yin. Yun Jioge looked at his friend of thousands of years and asked word by word, why did you do this? For revenge, of course, Fan Yin said calmly. What grudge do I have with you? Yun Jioge frowned slightly. She had lived in the Divine Palace and only met Fan Yin 3,000 years ago and became good friends with him. She had always respected Fan Yin. Even when she crazily wanted the Son of Life, she did not have any thoughts of attacking him. It's not you. It's the divine palace that has a blood feud with me. Fan Yin's handsome face was set off by the bloody soul flowers, and the hatred between his brows was bone deep. The divine palace has always been upright and upright. What blood feud could there be with you? Yunjoga did not believe it. Ha ha ha. Fan Yin suddenly laughed mockingly. What are you laughing at? The moon spirit thread in Yunjoga's hand uncontrollably appeared. I'm laughing at your boasting. Fan Yin stopped smiling and looked at Yunjoga viciously. Upright and upright. That's just a lie to deceive the world. Chapter 572. What enmity do you have with the divine palace? Just say it. Don't blabber there. Zi Shang interrupted impatiently. In his opinion, he should capture Fan Yin and beat him up. Then, he would naturally tell the truth. After my blood demon flowers devour you, I will naturally tell you. Fan Yin sneered. The blood demon flowers behind him sprayed out countless bloody mists that rushed towards them. Zi Shang's hands turned into dragon claws and tore all the blood demon flowers that rushed towards him into pieces. Yunjoga used his divine power to make a golden shield to block the bloody mists. He used the power of the extraterrestrial demon to cultivate these blood demon flowers. My demon power is useless against it. Zi Shang retreated to Yunjoga's side and said. These blood demon flowers had a powerful corrosive power, even more powerful than Ogre's black water. If they wanted to kill their way out, they could only use their flesh and blood. No, these blood demon flowers are not only cultivated with magic but also with divine power. Where did Fan Yin get divine power? Brother Yunjo felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Could it be that her divine spark was stolen in the secret territory? But her divine power was not damaged. Can you use the power of space to seal these blood demon flowers? Zi Shang asked his son. There are too many flowers. I can't seal them all. The little dragon man raised his hand and pointed forward. After the blood demon flowers disappeared, new ones immediately appeared. These blood demon flowers must have source power. Only by finding the source can we completely destroy them. Zi Shang smashed the blood demon flowers that rushed towards him. With Fan Yin's character, the source power of the blood demon flowers must be on him. Yunjoga opened her spirit eye and searched carefully, but there were too many blood demon flowers. The passage was blood red and she could not find Fan Yin at all. At this time, the passage began to break. The little dragon man suddenly waved his fists and let out a loud cry. A golden red power of the passage enveloped the divine power shield and floated up. Not good, the passage is about to collapse. We must leave as soon as possible or we will fall into the void. Zi Shang said in a hurry. There were turbulence and storms everywhere in the void. With the little dragon man's current ability, it was impossible to protect everyone. After I suck away these blood demon flowers, you should seize the opportunity to find Fan Yin, Xiao suddenly said. Can you do it? Although Yunjoga invited Xiao as a trump card, there were too many blood demon flowers. I'll know after I try. Xiao patted his wheelchair and grew turned back into a round black ball. Its inverted triangular eyes widened, then it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the blood demon flowers. The blood demon flowers in the passageway howled miserably, but they were still forced to transform into a surging torrent and were sucked away by Gru. Xiao floated in the air, and between his body and the black ball, there was a red band of light, as if Gulu had turned into his big mouth. The blood demon flowers had to go through Gulu's filter before entering his body. Yun saw Xiao not for Xiao, Yun, Hang, and Monk. Yun, 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 hang, yun, 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 fan yun, hang, xiao, and, yun, one, and one, fan, hang, and tian, fan, one, fan, and a, fan. Make. Fan, and, he, and. Fan. Fan, however, did not move at all. Yunjoga kept increasing his divine power, falling into a stalemate with Fan. Xiao, who was crazily absorbing the power of the blood demon flowers, did not look good. Father, help mother, the little dragon man shouted anxiously. Zishang, seeing this, turned around, put his hand on Yunjoga's back, and poured all his demon power into him. She and Yunjoga had been cultivating together for a long time, so they could switch their powers at will. With Zishang's help, Yunjoga's thunder fire needle turned into a golden sword and pierced Fan Yin's Buddhist seal. Fan Yin staggered back a few steps, then his moon spirit thread shot out and tied him up. A red skull appeared on Fan Yin's chest, and a fierce power burst out. The moon spirit thread bounced off and was burned to ashes by Fan Yin's blood demon flower fire. Fan Yin looked hatefully at Xiao, who was still absorbing the blood demon flowers. He knew that he could not take down Yunjoga and the others today, so he turned to escape. Fan Yin, give me back my sister's life. A clear voice suddenly sounded. Yu Qing who was holding an immortal sword, stood in front of Fan Yin. Qing Yunjoga looked at the puppet army uniform on Yu Qing He did not expect that she would mix in with the puppet army. A small spirit race dares to block my path. Scram! Fan Yin's two fingers clamped down on Yu Qing's spirit power and suddenly exerted force. Yu Qing's immortal sword broke inch by inch. Her face turned pale and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Qing back off! Yunjoga shouted. This little girl was not Fan Yin's match at all. Yu Qing did not listen to Yunjoga's order, and she charged at Fan Yin with her bare hands. Since this little girl wants to die, then I will help you. Fan Yin formed a seal with both hands, and the skull blood demon flower turned into a heavy hammer that struck Yu Qing's chest. Yu Qing coughed out blood, and her body flew backward. Qing Yunjoga wanted to save Yu Qing but he heard her chanting the spirit race ancestor, and she actually sacrificed her soul. A pure white power surged out from her heart, and it merged with the blood floating in the tunnel. Yu Ling's image appeared where the moon spirit thread disappeared. Her hands carried a faint gold light as she pounced at Fan Yin, and she tied him up. Fan Yin landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled, but the moon spirit thread tied him up even tighter. He was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. Qing are you okay? Yunjoga rushed to Yu Qing's side. Sister. Yu Qing looked at Yu Ling's image, and she wanted to touch her. I am sorry. Yu Ling held her sister's hand, and tears of regret flowed down her face. This was her final regret. It is okay, I forgive you. Yu Qing smiled, and then she closed her eyes. Her hand fell down. Qing Yunjoga tried his best to inject God power into Yu Qing's body, but after she sacrificed her soul was destroyed like Yu Ling Spirit race people are really stupid. Fan Yin smiled coldly. Shut up. Zishang punched him in the face. Fan Yin's head turned to the left, and he spat out a mouthful of bloody teeth. Then he laughed out loud. Zishang punched him, but he couldn't stop his maniacal laughter. Stop fighting. This trash isn't worth our energy. Yunjoga got up and looked coldly at the battered Fan Yin like he was looking at a pile of mud. Fight, why aren't you fighting? Fan Yin raised his head and looked mockingly at Yunjoga. Your god palace is going against the grain. Even if I die, there will be millions of people who will stand up to fight you. Chapter 573. Yunjoga sighed slightly and took back Yuqing's body. She was about to leave the passage with her son and Xiao when she heard her son's frightened voice. Little Black, what's wrong with you? Yunjoga quickly turned around and saw that Xiao had fallen to the ground. The black sphere's belly was swollen and it was filled with blood-red liquid. Mother, quickly save Little Black. The little dragon man cried anxiously. Yunjoga quickly helped Xiao examine his body and found that the power in his body was very chaotic. The black demonic chi and red blood demonic power were all tangled together. The most difficult thing was the power of the curse that came out of his feet. It was like maggots sticking to his legs. How is Xiao? Zishang crouched beside him and asked worriedly. After he absorbed the power of the blood soul flower, it caused the curse to backfire. It must be immediately removed. Yunjoga quickly replied. Let's leave here first. Zishang picked up his son with one hand and turned around to take Xiao, but he was sent flying by a force. The black sphere opened its arms and turned into a big sphere that enveloped Yunjoga and Xiao, not letting Zishang approach. Gru, what are you doing? Zishang asked. Gru, she can't leave until Master is cured. Gru said angrily with its inverted triangular eyes. You. Zishang was furious. Just as he was about to reason with Gru, Wan Sha suddenly jumped down from above and said anxiously, not good. 2 extraterrestrial demon gods suddenly appeared outside the Azure Sea realm. They are clamoring for our sons. Zishang frowned. He didn't expect that Xiao's parents would come at this time. He raised his hand and broke the underground passage to look outside. Under the clear sky and bright sun, it was dark outside. He used his spiritual power to look through the sky curtain and saw 2 incomparably huge demon gods standing on the left and right outside the Zhonglan boundary. Both demonic gods had black hair and black eyes. The male demonic god had a single horn on his forehead and the female demonic god had a pair of sheep horns. The figures of the 2 demonic gods were very huge. One of them occupied half of the continent. The immortals of the Blue Waves realm were scared out of their wits. One after another, they ran to the divine palace to look for Yunjoga. The substitute that Wan Sha had left behind was on the verge of collapse. You ants actually dare to hide my son's cultivation. Hurry up and hand him over. Otherwise, I will flatten your Azure Wave continent. Emotion's voice penetrated the barrier and resounded throughout the entire Azure Wave continent. Is the Xiao they are talking about the boy who followed you? Wan Sha had felt that the boy sitting in the wheelchair had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, he could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Yes. Zishang nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand him over. Wan Sha was furious. Zishang's actions were too unethical. What was the point of abducting someone else's son? I want to hand it over too, but I don't have a choice now. Zishang helplessly pointed at Gru, who was staring at them with its triangular eyes. Yunjoga wanted to bring Xiao back to the divine palace after things were over, and then help her in the spirit gathering array. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now, he could only bite the bullet. He took out his divine spark and placed it on Xiao's chest, using the golden divine power to help him dispel the power of the curse. Those 2 emotions are not to be trifled with. If this goes on, I'm afraid our Azure Wave realm won't be able to stop them. Wan Sha helplessly said. Then I will go and explain the situation to him. Zi Shang said. Don't go. If something happens to Xiao, those two emotion will definitely vent their anger on your head. Wan Sha quickly said. It didn't matter if Zi Shang was beaten, but he didn't want to implicate Yunjoga. Zi Shang hesitated for a moment and finally said, then I will first look at the situation. If the people of Azure Wave Realm couldn't stop them, then he could go out and explain. The voices of the emotion outside the barrier were getting louder and louder. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was so quiet and oppressive that it made people shudder. The people of the entire Azure Wave continent felt that something was wrong, and there was panic everywhere. Blackie's father and mother looked so fierce. The little dragon man hid in Zi Shang's arms and secretly said. Because Blackie sneaked out without telling his father and mother. His father and mother are very angry, so they came to spank his little butt. You can't learn from him in the future, understand? Zi Shang took the opportunity to teach his son a lesson. I won't learn from him. I am a good child. The little dragon man hugged his father's neck and said coquettishly. Good boy. Zi Shang kissed his son. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder outside. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind, and the sky was so dark that it seemed like it was about to collapse. The two emotion had already endured to the extreme. They stretched out their mountain-like fists and ruthlessly smashed on the outside of Azure Wave Realm. The entire Azure Wave Realm trembled. The earth cracked and the seawater flowed backwards. No, I have to go up and find them. Help me take care of Long-her. Zi Shang stuffed the little dragon man into Wan Sha's arms and turned into a huge black dragon, flying towards Azure Wave Realm. Just as the male emotion was about to punch for the second time, he heard a thunderous voice. Stop. The male emotion stopped his fist and looked at the black dragon that flew in front of him. He spoke in a muffled voice, Are you the decision-maker of Azure Wave Realm? That's right. It's him. The Azure Wave Realm's immortals responded in unison. Zi Shang looked at these cowards with disdain. He then flew in front of the male emotion and said, You are Xiao's parents, right? My name is Zi Shang. Your son is indeed with us. What did you do to my son? The female emotion's sharp voice echoed and nearly ruptured Zi Shang's eardrums. Your son is fine. We just want to help him remove the curse. Zi Shang quickly said. You are lying. The curse on my son is 10,000 years of resentment. There is no way to remove it. The male emotion said angrily. Ordinary methods are indeed unable to remove it. However, our Azure Wave Realm's goddess has the power to expel it. She is currently sacrificing herself to help your son remove the curse. If you interrupt her, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zi Shang said solemnly. Can she really save my son? The female emotion quickly asked. Of course, I have no need to lie. Zi Shang replied affirmatively. Bring me to see them immediately. The two emotion returned to the size of a normal person. They then passed through the Azure Wave barrier and arrived in front of Zi Shang. Follow me. Zi Shang brought the two emotion back to the passageway of the Goddess Mountain in the lower domain. At this moment, the work of expelling the curse was at a critical moment. Although most of the curse power had been forced out by Yunjoga's divine lattice, there were still two pieces of the biggest curse power stuck on his leg bones. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull them out. Xiao groaned in pain. He only felt that every bone in his body was in pain. Yunjoga's entire body was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and persevered. If he couldn't remove it in one go, it would be troublesome in the future. Just as Yunjoga was about to be unable to persevere, he suddenly heard two unfamiliar voices coming from outside. Use these two divine lattices to break the curse power. Yunjoga turned his head and saw two unfamiliar emotion and male emotion walking in. They were holding two small pieces of golden divine lattices in their hands. Yunjoga guessed that these two emotion should be Xiu's parents, so he took the two divine lattices and placed them on Xiu's leg bones. The last two pieces of curse power flew out of Xiu's body. He turned into a winged snake and wanted to escape. The male emotion immediately grabbed the flying snake and stuffed it into his chinkuan bag. The female emotion immediately rushed to Xiu's side, hugged him in her arms, and kept calling, "Baby, wake up." Xiu slowly opened his eyes and looked at his mother and father's faces in confusion. He thought he was dreaming because he hadn't seen his father and mother for 1,000 years. "Child, your curse has finally been completely expelled. It's great." The female emotion cried with joy. Warm tears fell on Xiu's face. He finally felt real. "Mother, don't cry. I'm fine. You should be happy." Xiu reached out and wiped away his mother's tears. "You're right. We should be happy." The female emotion quickly wiped away her tears and showed a happy expression. The male emotion was also very happy to see his son recover. He touched his son's head with relief, then turned to look at Zishang and Yunjoga. "You kidnapped my son. How are you going to settle this account?" The male emotion said with a sullen face. "What do you mean?" Yunjoga frowned. "He saved their son. Was this their attitude?" "I mean, you kidnapped my son. You must compensate for it. I think you should take out your godhood and Azure Waves continent to apologize to my son." The male emotion said righteously. Yunjoga gritted his teeth in anger and was about to argue with Xiu's father when the little dragon man suddenly jumped out angrily. "Scoundrel, don't bully my mother. This little dragon is not bad. It's good to take it back to stew soup." The female emotion picked up the little dragon man by the nape of its neck and looked it up and down with satisfaction. "Let go of my son." Zishang and Yunjoga were about to rush up when Xiu stood up and took the little dragon man from his mother's hand. "You are not allowed to touch my things." Xiu pursed his lips, revealing his white teeth. "Boy, the curse has just been removed and you dare to challenge me. Do you have the ability?" The male emotion put on a serious face. "If you don't believe me, you can try." Xiu's face was calm. Gru turned into two huge devil eyes suspended in the air and projected a huge phantom. It was not smaller than the phantom drawn by his father and mother. "Good, you are worthy of being my son." The male demon god suddenly laughed and patted his son's shoulder as he said, "This continent is yours. I will have people report this to the Outer Space Alliance. In the future, no one will be able to touch this continent. All the creatures here are yours, and anyone who dares to touch them will be enemies with our ancient black demon race." Only then did Xiu take back Gru. He nodded in a very reserved and cold manner and said, "Then hurry up and do it. It must be done before we go home." "Good, good, good. We will do it now." The female emotion lovingly rubbed Xiu's head. Then, she pulled her husband's hand and rushed to the Beyond Heaven Alliance. She was afraid that if she did not do well, her son would be unhappy. "Sorry, my father was too impulsive just now. I apologize on their behalf," Xiu said to Yunjoga and Zishang with embarrassment. "Your father said that this continent is yours. What does that mean?" Yunjoga's face was cold. She couldn't have saved an ingrate, right? Your Azure Waves continent is too low level. You need someone to recommend you to register with the Beyond Heaven Alliance. Otherwise, you will become a slave territory of others sooner or later. Xiao simply explained. What he meant was that Azure Waves continent now had the black ancient demon race as a backer. In the future, no one would have any ideas on them. When their Azure Waves continent developed, they could go to the Beyond Heaven Alliance to fight for the position of a middle-level world. That is really great. Yunjoga heaved a sigh of relief. This was the result she wanted. Let's go back first. Although the two Mo gods had left, there were still many things to deal with. Yunjoga put away Yu Qinghe's corpse. Together with Zi Shang, they left the underground passage and returned to the Divine Palace. 500 years later, the grown-up little dragon, Zi Yunlan, represented the Azure Waves realm. During the Beyond Heaven Alliance's evaluation conference, she successfully won the position of a middle-level world for the Azure Waves realm. She and Xiao began a new journey in the Beyond Heaven Alliance. The error-free chapter of Best Grade Spirit Doctor, Demon Emperor, Two Fears will continue to be updated on the Green Bean novel website. There will be no advertisements in the website. Please collect and recommend to the Green Bean novel website. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.